Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Welcome back. Welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends. We'd like to welcome you to Topstep TV for an opening call. Congratulations, you're at the right place at the right time. He's Bert, and I'm Ernie. We got an exciting, informative, and educational programming for you today. Yeah, he's Bert. I'm Ernie. So get your rubber ducks ready for some knowledge of trading. So throughout the day and throughout this week, we will be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, and even that sweet lady who lives next door who offers you fresh prune pudding again today, only because she's old and she forgets things. So get yourself ready for some top-notch, up-to-date market and trading know-how with our good friend John the Hoagland. Johnny, good morning.
Good morning, Eddie. How are you this morning?
I am rested and I went to bed early. You had some fun last night.
Yeah, I wish I could say the same, but I was out with the team last night, having a nice team dinner, and didn't get too late. I got home like 9:30, 9:45, something like that, but proceeded to have one or two more with the wife, and but I did get some good rest. I feel like I'm ready for the day, and we're going to see what we've got going on. It is the opening call, Wednesday, November the 8th. Context, risk management, and patience is always on my mind. Looking forward to having an interesting trading day.
Interesting, very interesting. Well, make sure that your game plan's ready, your checklist is ready to go, and we'll get started here. So, today, U.S. futures hovered around the flat line with comments from Federal Reserve officials teasing some investors' optimism that a supported prolonged rally on Wall Street. We're going to be listening closely to statements from the Fed head Jerry Powell today. We'll be watching that. Walt Disney is still dead, but the company is due to report its latest quarterly earnings. We saw the benchmark S&P 500 and the tech-heavy NASDAQ notch their 7th and 8th straight day of gains. That's the longest streak since 2021, John.
Is it really? Wow.
Many moons ago. So
Wow.
30 stock Dow Jones posted its 7th consecutive positive day. I mentioned Fed head Jerry is going to deliver some comments for the next 2 days. So we'll keep an eye on that. And once again, back to Walt Disney. They will have their quarterly results on the bell today. So we'll keep an eye on that. And remember, Disney has announced an acquisition of Comcast and 1/3 stake in Hulu. I tell you, they're going to be running the planet here soon. So that move gives the company full ownership of that streaming group. So, Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
Well, economic numbers today. We have very early this morning at 4:15 Central Time, Lisa Cook spoke. Haven't had the opportunity to see much of what she had to say, but at 6 o'clock this morning, mortgage applications and mortgage rate came out. Mortgage rate a little bit lower than the previous week. It came out at 7.61, where it was 7.86. Little jump in applications. There was a loss in applications in the previous week, where there's a 2.5% increase in mortgage applications this week. 8:15. Yes, the big talking Fed Chairman Powell will be speaking here. So right in the middle of the opening call, he will begin his comments. 9 o'clock, wholesale inventories. This is a preliminary number, probably not going to be wildly impactful. And usually on Wednesdays at 9:30, we would have the EIA petroleum status report, which we will not have the benefit of today. The EIA is working on some system upgrades. They will not be releasing this week. They will resume their normal schedule on Monday. So next week is the next EIA petroleum status report. However, the API last night announced an 11.9 billion barrel boost in crude stocks here in the U.S. We see the crude oil attempting to continue lower off of that information. At noon today, there is a 10-year note auction that some eyeballs should probably be on that. And then 3 more talking Feds the rest of the day. 1240 Williams, a 1 o'clock bar, 345 Jefferson, as far as earnings are concerned, already out this morning. It's a long list of smaller companies, though, until that Disney comes out after the close, as Eddie was talking about. Siemens Health, kind of mixed results. Bayer missing on both earnings per share and revenues. Adidas beating the street on both the earnings per share and revenues. And Warner Brothers Discovery missing in both categories. The VIX this morning down a little bit, 1478. Dollar index a little higher than it was yesterday at this time. Currently at 105.86 last I checked. And the yield on the 10-year pretty much just steady as it was yesterday at 4.56. Take your deep breath. I usually do this at the end, and don't forget, please, pray for peace. Every day we need the prayers for peace. So that's what we got as far as economic numbers are concerned, Eddie.
Yeah, yesterday's with American Petroleum Institute, API, almost 12 million barrels. That was much more than the expectation for a draw of 300,000 barrels. So swing and a miss. Yeah. Hey, congratulations, Ohio. No longer the Bogart at anyone's party anymore. Reason being, Ohio yesterday became the 24th state to legalize cannabis for non-medical reasons, just for the hell of it. So voters approved the measure to legalize Kush for those 21 and over in Ohio. So Ohio, welcome to the party. John, did you hear about these guys? 4 men were charged this week with a theft of an 18-karat gold toilet. Yes. So they stole this from the country mansion where Winston Churchill was born. The toilet was valued at almost $6 million. Could you imagine the charge to take a dump in that one?
Is that God's way of saying you've got too much damn money? You have a gold toilet.
It's had to be solid gold.
Unbelievable.
So, but anyway, remember to make sure you get it in the bowl and not on the floor. But anyway, let's see what we've got on the charts and not on the floor. Johnny, what do you got for our ES here today in our daily?
Starting with the daily.
Yes.
Upside activity, while we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 days to the upside here so far, as Eddie was mentioning. The upside activity or the upside auction seems to be slowing up here near an important inflection level. No real decision has been made here in the regular trading hour session, at least, as far as inventory adjustments in longer time frames. We added about 6,600 in open interest. So there is interest coming into this market. Difficult to gauge which direction it's coming in. I'm giving the current upside auction a generous B at this point. We need new business for continuation. We need new buying to come into this market to keep it in the current upside auction that it is currently in. Volume was okay, but it's still relatively slow. It was a little bit higher than the previous day on the New York Stock Exchange. Again, open interest is continuing to grow, but a little bit slower than yesterday's 19,000 contract increase. Yesterday, again, 6,600. We've got the 30-minute chart here, and it's maybe starting to see a little bit of early activity here to the upside. As far as what happened overnight, we stayed really close to settlement. Not seeing that we have any real overnight inventory. Maybe at this point, we're maybe starting to get a little bit long, but the worst case scenario happened around that weekly kickoff level yesterday. Instead of being repulsive in either direction, it became magnetic. It remained magnetic overnight. If we start to see some participation, some meaningful trade occurring above this, that might be telling us that the longer time frame has decided to make an adjustment, either getting out of shorts or getting into longs in this product. We'll be watching Delta carefully today. And Delta say what you will about it. Sometimes it's really useful. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes not for weeks. But when it is telling us something, we do want to pay attention. So we'll keep a close eye on that. Again, this weekly kickoff level, pivotal. Last week's high, pivotal. We have this trend line coming in. I'm going to go back to the daily here for just a minute. There's 1, 2, 3 decent points of contact on this trend line. We're already above this trend line in the NASDAQ, but we are now currently approaching it in the S&Ps. Back to the 30-minute chart. What did we do yesterday? Well, I got to scale this. Sorry about this. So we ended up with a normal variation trading day with a P shape. If you can see this volume profile here, low volume directional activity off that low, and then we fell into range in the upper half, maybe even the upper third of the profile, which creates a P-shaped profile, which is usually indicative of short covering, but with an increase in open interest, that theory is not supported. So that tells me this move to the upside may have attracted new business, new buyers. And if we continue to see new buying coming into this market, the upside auction is likely to continue. It's not doing bad. It's just not kicking ass, the upside auction. That can change, and it can change today. It can change at any time. And as we always say, ACH, anything can happen. It's going to be an interesting trading day today because we are in and around those important levels. So yesterday's profile, we have a very long excess low. Price too cheap yesterday. Sellers wouldn't sell it. Buyers took over and maintained control the rest of the day. It's what makes me believe that we did have an inventory adjustment to the long side yesterday instead of an inventory adjustment of getting out of shorts. See how this plays out again today. Take a look at the NASDAQ now. Mm-hmm. And here we go. All right, we're relatively scaled this time. So here's that trend line we were just looking at in the S&Ps. 1, 2, 3 maybe points of contact, but we broke out above it yesterday. Now we're dealing with the weekly kickoff high. The NASDAQ has been presenting as the stronger of the two. It still remains the stronger of the two, largely due to the tech sector, right? So this breakout above this trend line yesterday is kind of step one for potential continuation to the upside. We added 7,700 in open interest on higher volume, not tremendous volume. The volume doesn't freak me out on up days. We always see the highest volume on big down days and down moves. So the volume I'm not worried about. It's more the open interest that interests me because that's a pretty good jump in open interest. We may have already attracted longer time frame traders who are adjusting inventory, and that inventory, due to that increase in open interest, is likely new longs. We're going to need those longs as we get closer to this important level, weekly kickoff high, 15,427. We're dealing with it now in the S&Ps, looking like we're going to be dealing with it in the NASDAQ. But again, a very narrow overnight range. A lot of folks probably just sitting here waiting for whatever Powell's going to say, any of the other talking feds. There's no real major economic information due out today. And tomorrow is jobless claims. There's nothing really major. So a lot of the focus is going to be on geopolitical situations and what these talking feds are going to say. If they're going to say anything, they're probably going to be very guarded and careful in everything that they say. So take a look at the 30-minute chart here.
We will do that.
All right. Okay. So yesterday, same thing. Excess low, long buying tail. Price was viewed as too cheap. Buyers took over and maintained all day. It's that increase in open interest that says that that's maybe new longs. We're going to need those longs to continue for continuation to the upside. Here's that trend line right here. That's off that high way back there. And we broke out above it yesterday, and we are comfortably ensconced above it. So, overnight inventory? No, nothing really. Are we creating a gap? No. Not right now. We're inside range. We're inside value. As a normal variation, extreme day, point of control is very high in the profile. So we're not going to be looking at, for anything using overnight inventory for an opportunity. We're watching to see if we can see this little rally we've got going here continue. Our overnight high, usually one of the first things I'll look at in this case, 15,388.75. I mean, we're basically right up against it now. But in range and inside value, my tendency is to be patient and wait for better trade locations as the day goes on. We'll watch the S&Ps and see if the S&P can somehow become a leader today to the upside. And of course, I'm looking forward to seeing a test of weekly kickoff high, a naked point of control, and then there's a lot of space up above that for us to bring new business and bring new continuation. We don't know if that's going to happen. We have to wait and see, and we have to see if we can't find opportunities to limit risk and find those asymmetric opportunities where we can risk a little to make more. Take a look at crude oil. Boy, this market is going to be interesting. I mean, these markets are always interesting. They're always challenging. They're always fun to a degree. It's always fun when you're making money. But I'm looking forward to having Deanna with us here this morning because there's a space down below this level that we are currently at. So yesterday we broke out of this balance area. And we broke out in some pretty serious fashion, right? Seems like there would be a lot of new selling coming in this regard, but it's not evident in open interest. I mean, we dropped $3.45 yesterday from settlement to settlement, and we lost 2,200 in open interest. So the speculative sellers did not come in yesterday. It was more of a long liquidation. People were stuck maybe long at the low here, and they started getting out of those. We've held now closing below below weekly kickoff low of 78. I think we've got our answer probably as to whether we're going to see 74 or 90 or 75 or 95 first. We're getting dangerously close to that 75 level. And what's throwing a little bit more, if you'll pardon the pun, fuel on the fire was that API announcement yesterday, with almost 12 million barrel boost in inventories here in the U.S. So demand is in question. Supply is up. Fundamentally, price should go lower. It already has been going lower. Maybe some of this is already in the market, but if we do see this continuation of the downside, the next thing that I would probably be focusing on is this swing low from back here, 73.12. So that's like another $4. Could be an interesting day. I'm really looking forward to having Deanna here and hearing her thoughts on crude and seeing what she does today. Something tells me she's going to have a very good day. At least we hope so. So take a look at the 30-minute chart here. We hope that everybody has a good day, of course.
And just a reminder, no EIA number today. So
that is
just a
correct.
heads up on that.
Yeah, so we won't have the benefit or the lack of benefit of having that come out. So the market has opened with an overnight inventory to the short side, creating a gap. Yesterday's regular trading hour session low was 77.32. So that's going to take us basically to settlement to close that gap. We have been unable to close that gap so far, and gap rules state if we can't close the gap relatively early, we look to trade in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for potential shorts. So we haven't been able to close the gap here just yet. It's only been open for maybe 20 minutes. Just a little two-sided auction starting the day here. But again, if we can't close that gap and relatively early, we might be looking for opportunities to sell. Do we have any overnight inventory? I mean, the market opened right here. It traded to hit right back to that level. No overnight inventory to deal with. See what the regular trading hour traders, what they do with price today. The profile yesterday is a double distribution trend day. You can see that we spent some time here No time here. We ran through this level, and then we started accumulating time and volume down here. So, and there's also a late spike. Okay, it's kind of a late spike, or a late spike. It is actually a late spike because the market extended the range lower at the end of the day and didn't have time to accept it through time. Settlement 7737. The base of the late spike is 7746 right here. Well, the spike rules say if we open below a late spike to the downside, it's marking acceptance of lower pricing. So there's two nuances there that say we're looking for opportunities to get short here in crude. We open below the late spike, possible acceptance of lower pricing. We've opened with a gap and we've been unable to close that gap. So, there's two profile nuances that are saying, if we don't close that gap, if we can't get back above that base of the late spike, we're looking for opportunities for shorts. Overnight high could be a very interesting opportunity if price gets to that level. Base of the late spike, also another interesting level. And then, of course, the gap fill, basically settlement. This whole area up here is ripe for opportunity, if you will, if we even get there. Again, if we can't close the gap, we're looking for opportunities to go in the direction of the gap, which would be lower. And here in gold.
Real quick here, Jim, I hope that explained the gap for you.
Yes.
In gold.
Gaps to me are, let me go back to the crude and just kind of explain how we view gaps, how I view gaps. So, excuse me. Yesterday's range was completely outside of the previous day's range. These are regular trading hour ranges where you can see the kind of watermark here. Regular trading hour range, price opens and never returns back to the previous range. So it's regular trading hour range to regular trading hour range, if you will. So there's a gap here. I kind of put that in the wrong spot. So I like to mark these gaps because they're weaknesses in structure. All right. Now let's go through gold here. We'll see if we can get ourselves a gold toilet.
Or a urinal or a sink or
right.
Something.
That's just crazy. All right. So weekly kickoff low is in play again today. It's dancing around. It's testing. Yesterday on that move down to weekly kickoff low and the pullback from it, we lost 1,000 in open interest. So this was kind of a long liquidation event. Maybe we got too short in the hole here in short time frame and brought price back higher, back above that weekly kickoff low. But we're dealing with that weekly kickoff low level now. There is space below acceptance of the weekly kickoff low. These are naked points of control that I put on the 30 that are showing up here on the daily chart, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't think it complicates things too much. So we're going to take a look at those on the 30-minute chart here. So I had to go pretty far back in time to find those points of control and the gaps that remain below. Here's another gap for Monday, Tuesday. Price was the regular trading hour session was completely outside of the previous session, creating the gap. We never filled the gap yesterday. We did have kind of a late spike though. Do we have any overnight inventory? First of all, the market opened here. It's currently trading here. Maybe a little bit of short overnight inventory. You can kind of see it. The market opened at 5 o'clock last night up here. We're down here. Maybe a little bit of overnight inventory. But I'm not worried about that really because the market has opened in range and in value, saying, let's be patient. Better trade locations may come as the day goes on, except for the fact that yesterday's profile was a normal variation day. It's very even. The market put in kind of a smaller range for the better part of it. And this move right here, this 1230 bar, because it did bring in some decent volume, I'm calling a late spike. With profile, when a late spike extends the range, late in the session. There isn't time to find acceptance when we open below it. It's rejection of higher pricing. So maybe the opportunity is going to be to let the market open, establish a range, work the upper extreme for potential shorts. And then, of course, we want to see what the market does around this weekly kickoff low. It was rejected below it yesterday. It rejected last night below it already. Maybe the third time will be a charm and we can get our gold toilet for a little bit cheaper at some point in the future.
They got them at Costco for only $3 million. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, I guess you want what you want, right?
Whatever. Some of us got outhouses. Some of us got gold toilets. I don't know.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, take a deep breath, everybody.
Yes.
Make sure you're grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And let's have a good trading day, huh?
Yes. Let's all have a good trading day, damn it. And like John says, let's pray for peace once again. We need all the prayers we can get here on this beautiful planet that we call Earth. So anyway, we're going to take a couple minutes. We'll be back with our trading all-stars. We got Deanna going to be with us. So like John said, we'll see what she's got to say about crude. We'll be right back.
She's going to have a good day today. I can feel it.
Good day. Good day.
Okay. You all are. Let's
And get your horses in the gate because the market is open. Let's get this going here. Good morning, folks.
Yeehaw, Eddie. Good morning, guys. Good morning, Deanna. Good morning, Andre.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let's go.
Good morning.
All right, enough of that. What's going on?
Yeah, here we go.
We got
Rah.
well, Fed speak today, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Powell
Speak
speaking
now.
as we speak.
Yeah.
Powell is speaking as we speak right now.
Yep.
He's talking about Topstep, too, if you listen
Really?
carefully. That's all code.
Someday he will.
I'm reading here. He does not comment on monetary policy or economic outlook in a prepared introductory remark.
What a hater.
They got Kramer. They got Kramer on CNBC.
He didn't say anything.
No
Bye,
inventories
bye.
today, so that's
You're right.
easier. Yeah.
Right? No EIA inventory.
Adam says Paul is already done. Boy, that was quick.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was quick.
Grand
What
opening.
did you
grand
order?
closing.
Breakfast?
Yeah.
I have an everything bagel with some lox and cream cheese. Big thick
maybe
onion
you-
on there. Oy.
Maybe he was out late last night too.
Yeah, right. Oh, yeah. Few of us were last night. We had.
Where'd you guys go?
Don't worry about it. You're not invited.
Wow.
Oh.
Shots fired, bro.
Right.
Over the bow, bro. Over the bow. Here we go.
Wow.
No, we went to Carnival, and the last time I was at Carnival, I was under great distress with
ceviche.
foo.
Oh, it was so good.
It was good. Yeah.
It is a good restaurant. One bad experience,
good.
you know. All right.
The bad experience was that with you had like metal shavings in your dinosaur chicken nuggets.
something around those lines.
All right.
All right, Hope, what do you see this opening range?
Yeah, I'm trying to get in here right now.
To the upside?
I'm just gonna buy it.
Okay.
Closing my eyes and buy it.
Making some moves here.
Oh, Hope's closing his eyes and buying it. I'm gonna get short.
Long 4405. Yes, you should. Definitely fade me. Definitely fade me.
4405, right on the tick off the high.
Yeah, I did
What
not
are you
get
seeing?
the opening range, but
What are you seeing?
Bulls on parade, man.
this is on a well here. Here.
Deanna, do you know? Deanna, do you know who that is?
Yeah, I think so, but
Well, it's two. It could be used as two different things, Andre. Very creative. Rage Against the Machine and Bulls on Parade. The Bulls are rallying here. Yeah.
Oh, Bulls, yeah. Bulls on parade.
Man,
Is that what you meant? Because Rage Against the
Yeah.
Machine, Bulls on Parade.
Yeah, Rage Against the Machine. When the markets are rallying, we'd always say Bulls on parade.
that's what I thought it meant. But yeah,
Well, we got to get that soundbite, Eddie, if we can, without it being a trademark
I saw
thing.
they got inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and all of them said no to showing up besides Morello.
well, Morel
Really?
loves that kind of stuff, man.
Yep.
He's everywhere.
He's a local guy. He's from around here.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Chicago?
Morello,
'cause
yeah.
He
North
lives in
Shore.
LA though,
Yeah. He was born and raised around here.
right?
Well, let's get back to old Johnny's position. What do you got now, John? And why did you get into it?
Well, the opening range is the low of the session.
Got it. And that,
So this is the low right here. The low of the opening range is 4,450. Market opened in range and seems to be trying to reject range and value from yesterday. The pre-open were one-time framing higher. We're above weekly kickoff high. We overnight high.
When you say one time framing higher, what time frame are you looking?
Okay, so on the 30-minute chart, the last, well, overall, I mean, most of the bars from 6 o'clock this morning are higher highs and higher lows.
Okay.
Now, yes, you can look at one time framing on a 1 minute chart, 5 minute chart, 15-minute chart, 30-minute chart, all the way to a monthly chart. But being profile and directly relating to the profile on the 30-minute chart, that's why I focus really on this 30-minute chart.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I've missed a couple of really good opening range trades last week. I mean, I took them, but I didn't take much on them.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna see how this one plays out.
NASDAQ ripping.
NASDAQ opening range.
A little pullback here. Watch this.
Yeah.
Hey, John, Asel's asking, you give any thought on the previous day high and low?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's partially one of the reasons why I like this long is because we opened, basically at the high of value. We rejected value from yesterday, and we're holding above the range high from yesterday.
Okay.
And all these reasons to take this trade, and it could be dead wrong.
I do like a bit of the shorts up here, and I'm not saying that because John, you're already in the money a bit. No, you're not. Five handles.
Yeah, it's coming off a little bit here.
5 evens. Tilt got a little heavy, which isn't a big.
heavy.
It's just an indicator of mine.
Yeah, we're long.
I'm not a huge fan. Actually, John, I like your longs a little bit more. But come to my screen real quick. You ever heard the line, take the stairs up and the elevator down? You ever heard that line? Would this be an
I've
example
heard it.
of taking the stairs up?
Yep.
That day 1, day 2, day 3. Stair up, stair up, stair up. Elevator somewhere down. You've heard that line, guys. I don't know. It could be. But then on the daily, it's definitely taking the elevator right up.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. But you get the hourly.
That's why shorts are so juicy.
Yes, they
Much
are.
faster when you get one. It's like, wow.
Breaking markets.
Everybody loves it.
Thank you. It slides faster than it glides, and elevators go faster down than.
And we're going to take out the low of the opening range in the S&Ps now.
Yeah, check this out.
I got my stop of, a few ticks outside of it just because we know we're going to run stops there.
Yes.
Gold traders on the fence here right now. We're looking at 60-30. I'm sort of wondering which way we're going to move here in gold. You know what I just noticed? Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the Chi City locals here lined up.
Ah, yes.
Oh yeah. We're in it. We
City locals.
There it is.
How do you do that? That's pretty good, Eddie.
The Chi City locals.
I love that.
How the hell
That's
did you do
2-pack,
that?
man. That's
Yeah.
2-pack.
Is that really Tupac, Eddie?
No.
Good.
It's 2-pack. He said 2-pack.
Two-pack, P-A-C-K.
Mm-hmm.
It's 3-pack.
6-pack.
Cousin.
Yeah.
It's Tapak.
Patak. There you go. Okay, so
Did you get short, Michael?
no, I was trying to get short around 16s, 15, 16s, but I missed it. But that's when I was talking to you guys about shorts up there. But you're talking about the 9 days in a row win streak. So they're already calling out the no-hitter on CNBC.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Well, at this point, I'm hoping it's going to be a 10-day winning streak.
Yeah, I like it, Johnny.
Nothing kills a bull
Right.
market like Kramer.
So just looking at crude oil now, starting on the weekly chart, to see where we are. There was a low a while back, 76.97. That was broken. So below that, there is not much on the weekly chart to stop this from going lower. But a weekly chart is pretty large, so we can't really do all of our decisions based on such a large time frame. Yesterday was a huge day. Whenever there's a huge day of this sort, there's always a possibility that we're going to pull back at least 30% through it before the market either continues or decides to reverse. Let's have a look at the 4-hour chart just to see that if there's something interesting there overnight. Okay, so there's a little bit of a supply. So overnight, it's sort of consolidated a bit and then created a little supply at 77.22. And the market's kind of going back to that area. We also have settlement there and value low.
Right.
So that would be my high probability area for any shorts. If the market fails to reverse between 77.35 and let's say 77.70, if it holds higher than that, that would signal that we're going to have a value acceptance. And then we have some space until we reach both the average daily range high exhaustion and the previous day point of control at 78.37. However, whenever I see the value acceptance happening, you have a good chance of rotating all the way through value and then some.
Right.
So if I manage to catch that, I will probably hold it at least until value high, which is 78.89.
Okay.
But
So
shorts are my primary objective here. So, I'm looking for that pullback, and then I would like to go with the break of that huge area that we've just had rather than fight it. So I'm going to be patient. I'm going to stay on a 30-minute chart and on the TPOs. TPOs are going to be my guide for this.
There you go.
And so that means there's going to be a lot of waiting around.
Hey, I got a question. What fundamentally changed in oil? Remember when the Russians and Saudis were doing their production cuts and trying to take it higher? What fundamentally changed? Why is it so? How do you get so bearish?
I'm not very good with fundamentals. I think John is a little bit better than me when it comes to fundamentals. So
what changed?
Demand. There's questionable demand, mostly coming out of China. And the whole world. I mean, there's still risk of recession at some point. So the demand is in question. They did cut production, but we had almost a 12 million barrel boost here in the U.S. according to the API last night. So, questionable demand, higher supply. Last week I think we put out that poll. Are we going to 75 or 95 first? I think we've pretty much got our answer.
75 it is. Yeah.
And Hogue, I'd like to add, there's also some risk premium decreasing from, all the trouble that's happened in the Middle East a month later, is that there was a ton of risk premium built into oil that has dissipated somewhat. Since it hasn't spread to a wider theater.
Hey, Darius just said war premium.
War premium, yeah. Never considered that.
It's a good point.
I'm short from 05s up there. I've been short for a little bit.
I see.
Yeah.
Some of those, some traders that are trading on Topstep X, I know that we had an announcement here. There's a little latency issues, and we're working on a fix.
There is no need to worry. The support team is on it, and it will be fixed as soon as possible.
You know what's great about Topstep X? If there's any issue, you're going to hear about it here first, maybe from you guys, and then we're going to talk about how we're on it, and we're going to talk about how we're fixing it. We'll give you every effing detail you're going to want about it. You don't get that very many other places. So that's the benefit of why we're doing this as well, is we'll have greater control. And I like my short. I like my short. I like my short. I'm going to cover half. And I'm going to keep the other half, and I'm going to trade for a scratch on this 2 lot. All right. So, John, I got short there. I like the 16s. Andre, I was talking about the 16s, trying to get short the 15s, 14s, whatever. Missed it. Sold all the way down to 90s. Came all the way back up to the 06s. I figured if it was going to test
basically yesterday's high.
Yesterday's high.
Yes, that moves.
I did notice some decrease both in ES and Q when it comes to the average ranges, especially average session ranges. We had ES that was over 200, 250 ticks for the day for a long, long time. And now that's come down to 160 average session range in the last 10 days. Similar thing is happening in NQ, except it lost 50 handles. So it used to be well over 1,000 ticks. Now we're effectively 770, which is still a ridiculous range. I just can't believe that we even have anything that has 700 ticks in a day.
Right. Well, you can see, I mean, that kind of lines up with VIX. I mean, VIX is below 15.
Yeah.
Andrew, we say right on this show quite a bit. We got to get our homeboy to, he says right all the time, but he says right, dude.
Get him record.
Like when you're talking to him, he's like, right, dude? I'm like, it's a great conversation because you're like, you said I'm right, and we're talking bro. I don't know. It's kind of fun.
In the UK, it's like if you're talking to somebody and you say something that they're interested in, and they go, "Is it?
Is it?
Is it?
I like that.
Correct the mundo.
Isn't it?
There you go.
We had a big meeting with the CME yesterday, and we had a couple folks from London on there on the call. We were in the conference room, and we got a lot of brilliance. What does that mean, Deanna? Brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah, it's just something when they find something really good and they're liking what you're saying. It's like, oh, that's brilliant. Oh, that's brilliant.
I couldn't tell. She had a scone in her hand, and then at the same time she's saying that. So I don't know.
Come on. It's like out of a movie.
All the stereotypes.
Yeah, I know. Straight out of Central Casting.
We need this exact stereotypical character.
Brilliant.
Okay, so came up there, gave it a shot. I'm talking NASDAQ. Came up, gave the 16s a shot. It's holding fairly firm. Like I would.
Feels like it.
Yeah, I'm gonna just cover. It's holding fairly firm, which the floor didn't pull out from underneath it. So to me, it could go back to a stair-stepping day. It's been a trend. So if you're at the roulette table, and it was black, and then 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 it was black, and you think it's going to be red because it has, that still doesn't matter.
Because it's
probability is the exact same, right?
Exactly.
For those that have not signed up for the wait list to TopStep X, I have posted the link here a few times in chat. Get yourself in line. Because we open it up. How many do we do, Michael? Every day, maybe about another 100 every day or so.
Yeah, we're adding. There's hundreds on it now. We're getting, excuse me, we're getting to the thousands. We'll be putting 1,000 a clip a week on it. Very, very good feedback. If it's lagging today, again, you guys are going to hear it first. I heard somebody else say other platforms might have been lagging, but I don't have any control over that. I know we have a direct connect to the CME, and that was a conversation yesterday, which we're excited about.
Definitely.
So the data feed should be nice and smooth. CZ MP looking good today. I only said that because I am going to a Bulls game today with a big meeting with some folks, and we're going to be in a suite, and I'm very, very excited to watch Durant play. Andre,
sweet.
Andre is going to be stopping by that for a bit since he's a monster Bulls fan.
The biggest.
I'll be sneaking him in, right, Andre?
Yeah, coming through the back door. Yeah,
I know a couple spots. No, I'm joking.
Players entrance.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Got to have the outfit on. You got to have your best. What is it called?
Swag his Andy Fran, his Andy Fran costume. You could just walk in.
Yeah. You still long, John?
Yeah.
I'm glad I got out of my long. See how, guys, it felt a little firmy.
Yeah, it does feel firm.
Yeah.
No reason to break.
Yeah, it didn't have it didn't show a big break. John's opening, what was it? Opening range.
Opening range.
Yeah, was still at play.
Yep.
In my opinion, or his opinion. I'm not going to speak for you, but and then it firmed up, and then I'm sitting here thinking I got a tiger by the tail. So I put hey, I'm going to keep this on all day bullshit.
Took it
off at a good price.
That's a Kyle play.
If this keeps going, we'll be farting through silk sheets.
Wow.
That goes with the golden toilet we were talking about earlier.
Yeah. Quick.
Getting a little heavy on the tilt. Now we're getting 70%, but this is where the tilt got heavy last time, guys.
It did.
So the longs might get paid today. I'm going to probably buy a pullback here and join John on the ride.
Well.
All right, I'm
out. A little one guy. Little one lot, Johnny. 95s. So the tilt preview, there it is, guys. There's a little explainer on it. The average price of longs is 96, and the average price of shorts is 95, 396, 395. And
So I'm long better than the average price. Hey, I'm good.
So that means it's pretty good. But what I don't like about this is starting to get a little heavy.
Smarter than the average bear.
Smarter than the average bear, yeah.
Hey, boo boo.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out.
We're gonna go get us some picnic baskets.
Picnic basket.
Yogi, you're a criminal.
All right, so crude oil, if it doesn't get to my levels and it just goes lower, that could be a sustained auction in a third hypothesis. One reason why I'm looking at that is because we're almost through the initial balance range in another 9 minutes, but the whole range is only 73 ticks. So that increases the chances of either a trending day or a neutral day. And unfortunately, if all I get is like a bit of a failed auction, that doesn't leave that much profit margin on the setup.
Yeah. So, hang on. Here's the profile, D.
Yeah.
Damn. Hang on. All right, let's just do this. So here's yesterday's double distribution with a late spike.
Yeah.
We opened, haven't been able to close the gap. Opening below the late spike is acceptance of lower pricing. The trick is finding the right spot.
Yeah.
Well, that's the name of the game, Johnny.
So I like I'm thinking short until we can get back to value and see if we reaccept.
Yeah, the only thing that will worry me if it does kind of poke into it, that's going to end up as a neutral day then. And in crude oil, I mean, it's okay for responsive trades and kind of pinging back and forth, but usually there's always one side that is pulling it. So it's never, oh yeah, let me get 5 trades in pinging from session highs and lows. It's always like one trade and then it kind of slips and then partially goes to the middle and then might start retrade. So I usually get like maybe 1 or 2 trades. So I don't really want to see that today. I would like a nice clean break, please.
Yeah, right. Right.
Yeah.
Brilliant. I mean,
Smashing.
Lovely.
Cheeky.
This is okay. So this isn't showing any direction really. We're back. It was 16s was the high.
So every open's been this week.
Back at the 06s, 07s. Yeah. And is it growing legs? I would say feels like it. Yeah.
It still seems to be struggling with yesterday's high.
Growing legs, guys, throw it in chat too when we do some lingo, especially all day long. So
Michael, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I'm just looking at ES daily chart. This is the area where the previous sellers came in last time from the last swing down. So it could be that they're just having some trouble because there's, quite a lot of orders to clear. And that usually happens when you run into these areas of let's call them resistance, but I like to refer to them as supply and demand. So sometimes you won't see those crazy moves like you would if we didn't have anything in the way. So a lot of the times when you are in a supply trying to go higher against it, it will feel a lot like a tug of war before they finally break through it.
It's a grind.
Yes, it is.
Here's those swing highs that Deanna was just talking about right here.
That's it. That's right.
I got the 44.20 down to basically, weekly kickoff high here, 43.94.
And then if they can't break through it, sorry. Yep.
You got about 5 minutes here. Wholesale inventories month over month, light number, but you got
5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so obviously if they can't break through it, there is going to be a reversal somewhere. And we just need to stay objective, not put any of our expectations onto the price activity, and follow whatever the market is doing.
Hey, 5 minutes for what, Eddie? Sorry.
Brilliant.
Wholesale inventories. It's a minor number, but it still might have a little kick to it. Thank you, Adam Martin, for reminding me.
Nice. Everyone's in.
I want to get.
Me too, Michael. I see it.
I'm short of one lot. I got my toe in the water.
Trouble against that high. Yesterday's high.
I'm looking at German DAX chart because that's what I trade during London. That's come up against its own daily supply, which is pretty strong. and it's also struggling there.
To go push higher, Deanna?
It's literally hugging the edge of the supply. So right now it's not inside it yet, whereas the S and NQ are. So to me, DAX would probably be a weaker of the three. Mm-hmm. So I might find a trade, surprisingly, in DAX for the New York session, which is not something I normally do, but I was in on the bull run from this morning. So now I can just, wait for the reversal. I can get it on the other side as well.
There you go.
That's how you play it.
All right. Michael,
I
you're
love
short.
two-sided instruments.
I'm short again up here. If the floor falls out, this is like a waterfall. Add to the winner, but I'm too confident in a short. That's why I'm a little. You're
freaking me out, Michael.
I'm just guys. When I'm in here, I got a stream of consciousness. You'd be like, dude, where the hell are you? This is what I would be journaling. Welcome to my brain.
Hey, Johnny, command saying there's a 415 block at 44.12 and a 320 at 44.10. So you got some size up above that market.
Yeah, I see that. That's liquidity. Market goes to liquidity. There's more liquidity above price. We'll see if we can take those out. I'm getting kind of tired of these MF and snakes on this MF and plane.
Whoa. Oh, come on, boy.
Tilt staying heavy long here.
Yeah, maybe it squeezes the longs and the whole planet of active
70%.
traders that have a position on. And if the floor comes out on these evens, that would be nice. If it firms up and then the number's about ready to come out, that's position off time.
Just hang in there, baby. You're doing great. I'm proud of you.
Thanks.
Eddie's just bringing the heat today.
Got a new guy coming. We got a new guy on the team. Shot City Locals.
Do they speak English in what?
All right, there it is. It broke the E.
New York.
Let's take off one at least.
I'm
Trading around.
up, I'm down, I'm up, I'm down.
You're doing push-ups. Keep going.
Yeah.
Maybe just play the range.
I should be doing push-ups.
Does this look like barcoding to you, John? Or is it just we're just dicking around?
Well, on the 30-minute, the S&Ps are one-time framing higher, and the 5-minute we're barcoding.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm gonna peel one off. I'm gonna keep this one. There's fine. I'm gonna keep this one on in the number.
Through the number?
Go all the way up here, up here, up here, up here.
Raw dog it.
One lot. There you go. All right. All right. This is the only time I'll ever not only time, but like when you're into the
number.
When you're in the yeah, but I mean if it wants to react to it in any way. If you're in the money on a trade, I do to throw a little cheat code in there. They call it a little gamble. Fine, we're traders. There's going to be times where you get lucky and you're not good. But this is one. It's a one lot. I'm 20 something handles, 30 handles in the money, 20 handles in the money. If you get a big spike down, that's nice. And if you get a spike up, I'm trading for scratch anyway. So.
Nice trade, Michael.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, Adam G's asking, what do you mean that it broke the evens? What are you looking at?
Oh, the 15,400s. I call them evens, guys, because when we get the 0-0s at the end of it.
They're evens, yeah.
Yeah, we've been trading, like right now we're in the 390s.
Keep asking those questions, though. If you guys don't understand, just always ask.
Yeah.
Evens, quarters, halves, the orders, and evens.
All right,
here's your numbers. See,
Big, fat, round numbers.
Yes.
It moved a little on that number. If it firms up and comes back up, John, I'm not saying your play's out of play. Your position's out of play. These 90s have been holding. If these 90s hold again, it comes back up to evens.
Yeah, it came out.
Yeah, light number here.
Little
They
flutter.
came out at, let's see, what did it come out at?
I mean, it's right
sales,
fiddling in the
2.2.
middle, right, Johnny?
Pardon?
Go ahead, Eddie.
No, I was going to say it came out 2.2 as expected.
Who said
We're
going to add?
short DAX then while I'm waiting.
Return to settlement. You want to do that, NASDAQ? I don't know.
Return to settlement.
There. All right.
There it is.
Thank you very much.
There it is. There's a flush out.
There you go. You got it there, Michael. Nice trade.
Yeah, 79.
We just took out the stops below the opening range in the S&Ps. We'll see what happens here.
You could, for those folks that are watching the dome that have depth of market, you can see that. Well, I mean, you can see it even with if you're just watching the dome without depth of market, because you see how
the chart too.
Ripped down there. Yeah, you can see it on the chart. Yeah, the wicks, guys.
Yeah.
Wicks. A lot of. I mean, anytime you see a wick and then a pullback off the wick really fast, you can just almost assume that's a stop run, right, guys? I mean, fair enough.
That's how I see it. Yeah.
All right, so I'm short mini DAX. 2 lots, which is equivalent to 1 in ES because it's a smaller
contract
value.
size.
Yeah. So I'm short from 15341. And I know that you can't trade Durex yet, but it's coming. It's coming.
All right, I'm out. I just got stopped out.
Where's it at?
Yeah, stopped out.
Floor pull.
Gold lows here. Watch the gold here. Gold looking a little heavy here.
Yeah.
What's the damage, Og?
Oh, hang on a second here.
Roy, you're going to leave that runner on, so I take it you're short.
Is that Roy Jenkins?
Stop my runner.
Yeah.
There was a runner there. I mean, we were talking about it trying to make new highs. John, I liked your play.
Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah.
Count summary. 343.
I think if the chart location was
About 300 actually. I'm back in here, so I'm trading like an idiot.
Well,
if the chart location was a bit cleaner, so if we didn't have that overhang supply,
Right.
that would have been a great trade.
Well, and I didn't have best trade location according to the opening range. I should have been long one tick above the opening range, which would have shaved a couple of points off that loss.
Hey, Zachary Alexander, before you go to bed, where are you living at? I mean, day just started here in Chicago, but where are you at? And nice job on the 2K day.
Mm-hmm.
No, L shorts. I'm not short. I covered 79s, 379s.
I'm short.
Johnny. Yeah. Oh, Johnny, you're short?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool. I like that. Andre, light.
Light. They flattened it out.
It's now 63% short. So
98 quarters where I'm short. Just
we took guys, remember when I said
range, so bad trade location again, but we'll see what happens.
But you're in the money right now so far. You guys remember when I was talking about the tilt being heavy?
We just fell
longs. Remember, Andre, around the 06s, 406s?
Yeah, I got short up there too, but I got out before the number.
Yeah, that's probably smart.
Well, if you're wondering what positions our traders have, if you look up top here, we're going to have Michael, Andre, Hogue, and Tiana. It will tell you their positions, and I think as soon as we update it.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
All right, guys, it's getting a bit short here. Bias wise.
Of course it is.
Watch the tilt at the very top. I mean, 75% is getting kind of heavy. I'll put a one guy. I just got long 56s. So I like to know strong bias. That's why the tilt will be something I always talk about with you guys. Is it always right? No. Is any indicator always right? No.
No.
Is the future predictable? We try to think it is.
No.
Yeah, there's probabilities, but nothing is 100%, and
Right.
we all have to take that into account when we're doing our trades. So no matter how great the setup looks, it can still fall in that. Even if it's 90%, it might be the 10% chance when it doesn't work out.
Yeah. All right, I'm taking this off. I don't.
I try and be careful not to discount the validity of any tool.
Yeah.
Or
same.
time frame or chart type, because in the right hands, a paintbrush can paint a beautiful picture.
Yeah, I paint stick figures, but you give it to my sister, and she's like, "You make artwork." Yeah.
See, there you go.
Deanna, where are you short from again in the NASDAQ?
No, it's not NASDAQ. DAX, German DAX. This is a Eurex product, DAX Mini. This is my personal account. So I'm short from 15341.
15341.
Yeah, and that is that particular product is in euros when it comes to the tick value. So one contract is €5 per tick. I'm in with 2 contracts, so that means 10 ticks per.
10 euros a tick.
10 euros a tick. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Hey, what big stocks in the NASDAQ or S&P are movers today? They keep showing Tesla back here on CNBC.
Yeah, I mean DAX follows the ES quite closely, and at times they even have a 90% correlation. I just like the DAX chart location better than ES.
And you're short, you said?
I'm short. Yeah, I'm a lot more confident in the chart location on DAX than I would be in ES.
S&Ps.
Yeah, because I don't really have a very good orientation area, and then DAX is opening effectively above its own yesterday's value, quite a bit out of range, which always opens up the potential of return to value, whereas S&P has opened just above value and now it's falling inside it. So if I get a value acceptance, that would make me more confident to execute a short trade. But then again, I have, on some days I'm very slow to make a decision, especially if I don't have good orientation points. So I'm extra careful. I would rather see the price develop a little bit further before I definitely put my money on the line.
Speaking of putting my money on the line, Andre, I got that long down there, but I covered it way too soon.
Was it when it was 75% short?
Yes, when it was heavy short, guys. When it was heavy short.
There's a theme here, guys.
Yeah, and I'm going with that all day so far today, and it ain't working.
There you go. It ain't working. So we can learn a lot. Yes, guys, we will have the DAX. We will have the DAX. We will have the Eurex data.
That's right.
We will have the Eurex data on Topstep X. On probably on our public release, which will be here fairly soon.
Super excited.
I know that's Little John. I know that guy, Eddie.
Oh, we know.
It's not.
That was Little John.
It's not.
little Jimmy is what it is.
Jimmy. Little Jimmy, yeah.
You guys ever hear? This is a country thing. Little Jimmy jokes. It's just like you just use a name and then you say a joke about it. Hey, little Jimmy, went. That's a country.
That's Little Jimmy.
Sure. It's firming up. NASDAQ's firming up. There's your 20 handles off the 54s.
Buy every damn dip. That's what this is. It's buy every dip these days.
Michael, you were asking about what's going on with the stocks and the NASDAQ. There's some interesting stuff going on at the very tippy top of the NASDAQ right now.
Ooh.
James, if you can show the NASDAQ market cap picture we got loaded.
Nice.
We'll see a second here. But
Send
basically, there's a fight going on at the top. Microsoft is very close to overtaking Apple as the biggest market cap in the NASDAQ. As you can see here.
Wow.
2.8 trillion to 2.6. What's a couple $100 billion between friends? But that would be quite the crossover if and when it happens, because Apple has been in that spot for quite the long time.
My goodness.
Thanks for this, guys. This is really cool. Really, really cool.
Good stuff, guys.
Nobody's getting crushed. So they're still all firm. Okay.
Right, crude oil poking below the initial balance.
Well, we talked about the strong bias short down there, guys. Again, strong bias short. Look at that wick on the 30-minute.
Yeah, I just got stopped out.
I said it was heavy.
Don't do what I'm doing today, folks.
Well, John, we'll talk about it so we all can learn from it. That's what like ups and downs and all arounds. If we're not, you could say, I was emotionally on tilt down there. Blah blah blah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Whenever I lose on my live streams, I always talk people through it.
Yeah.
And they actually said to me that they learn more on the days when I lose trades and talk them through it
there you
than
go.
when I'm just smashing it. So it's actually more interesting for people to see how we rationalize why the trade didn't work out, what was wrong with it, so that people can apply that to their own trading too.
Absolutely.
So the opening range trade, I got poor trade location on it. Cost too much because of my trade location. When we took out the low of the opening range, I started looking at a value area kind of play here. The market looked higher, came back into value, was looking for a return to the low of value. It stopped at the point of control from yesterday. So now when I look at this, range is overlapping to higher. Value is overlapping to higher. Delta's negative 5,000 now. Mm-hmm. Well, the aggressive sellers aren't doing a very good job of pushing price lower. So now it's got me thinking long. So I barreled into another long. I've been very impatient and impulsive today, I guess. We'll see what happens. I'm just going to let this kind of go for a little bit. If it keeps going, I'll get out. But I should.
You can let the value acceptance in about 17 minutes be your guide. If it doesn't accept value, you stay in. If it accepts value, get out.
Right.
Now, I like that binary thinking process. And it's kind of like if you're writing code. It's going to be either a yes or a no. It's conditional logic. So if this happens, then we stay in. If this doesn't happen, then we get out. So it's really helped me to stop doing stupid things over the years. So, we've all been there. We all have Muppet moments where we were all novice traders at one point or the other. And then every so often, those bad habits creep in.
And we become grasshoppers again.
Yes, exactly. We become grasshoppers again. Yeah.
I'm a grasshopper today.
Yes, you are a bit of a grasshopper today. So if you set clear validation versus invalidation conditions, your life becomes so much more, so much less stressful and easier. Even not easy, because trading is never really easy.
Never easy, right?
No, but it's
That's
certainly
essentially what the algorithms do. Correct? If thens. Yep.
Yeah, so algorithms have increased liquidity, and they've increased a lot more of the jumpiness and up and down movement.
Yes, they have. It's annoying.
I don't think that we had that before the algorithms got to 84% of the entire world's trading.
Yep.
Before, a human would never be able to create that amount of up and down, like that nervous movement.
The freakouts.
The freakouts, and it's a nervous movement. You see it in NASDAQ a lot. That's not humans. That's definitely HFTs, right?
Yeah, I agree. That's how I read it.
Yeah.
Gold's broken below the weekly kickoff low.
Yeah.
And is finding continuation down there.
Jump on that.
Yep. You catch it, Eddie?
Taking a bit. I'm taking a bit. I got a bad entry.
Well, you're long.
Up at 74s or 77s.
Yeah, gold is leaving some single prints behind, so it left the initial balance and it's just going lower. That's a strong auction. Don't go against that.
Yes, it is. Don't buy this.
No.
What makes you say don't buy it? It's just getting hammered. I'm not looking at the chart.
Well, as Dee was saying, the initial balance important level, weekly kickoff low, and it's driving away from the initial balance, leaving single ticks and profile that's excess.
I see.
On what market are you guys talking about?
Gold's getting hammered.
Took a little bounce off the bottom here. We're back up to 64.50. So we'll see where we can play on that. But
there's not much there though. Once it breaks, we have some space on the larger time frames.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
And we were
Tilt
talking about
is,
this morning in the
70,
opening call.
70-30 short.
Yeah.
And again,
what a
there's that
what a
supply as
bad-
well. Weekly chart, gold. It's basically reversed right at the supply, and now we're seeing that follow through.
I'm so
He's,
sick of my FN entries. You got to be more patient, guys. You got to be a hell of a lot more patient than. Hell of a lot more patient. When you have a day going, it's just like I still like it from the long side, but
Me too. I got long. 80% short.
Someone asked on my YouTube channel when I was, because I did that video about the use of initial balance, and they're like, so do you wait for the whole hour to go through? Wouldn't you miss everything? And I'm like, nope, been doing this 16 years almost, and I've never missed anything.
you got Michael on tilt right now.
You're on tilt?
Yep, I'm going to fight this shit.
Oh, boy.
I did a meditation. I did yoga nidra just before coming on, so I'm pretty zen still from that. Yeah.
Wow. Breathe,
Michael. Get some of her vibe going, dude.
Yeah.
A long 4 shit. All right.
I had more room.
Let you trade.
I would look to buy another one down here, but
I just did, John.
did you?
Yeah.
I'm long, but I'm long in bad trade location.
I'm long 8 lots from down here.
8?
8, sir.
Damn.
I like it. I see what you see.
8 is enough.
If a floor falls out, I'm gonna
Heavy
be
short. Heavy short.
I'll hit my 3K loss limit. But I got the 3K loss limit a day to.
You're back to 3K, are you? Interesting.
I've
Just
brought
twist
it
the
down.
knife.
I brought it
Let him
down.
have it. Let him have it, D.
Yeah.
Just asking.
He is the boss, so he can get away with it.
I know.
It's
He
funny
can-
though.
he
It's
can,
the way you said it
sprinkle.
though. Back to 3K, eh?
Yeah, he can sprinkle the Patak sauce on it now.
Oh, yeah.
Right. I know.
Oh,
Yeah.
Deanna's on one today.
I know. I like it. I like it.
These got jokes today.
Yes,
Oh,
he
yeah.
is.
is on it. Good stuff.
I'm still
Well, I
short
think the only
DAX.
other-
Not touching
Go
it.
ahead.
So,
Go ahead.
nothing. Just still short DAX. So staying in.
You got good location then, huh?
Yeah.
Well, I think I might start drinking again.
Go
I
for
thought
it.
you
Go
didn't
for it.
stop.
Hump day.
Rain
Wednesday.
or shine, John. I might be with you.
What
Hair of the dog.
What was the beverage of choice last night, John? Kentucky
Bourbon.
Snowball?
Well,
Well
I
done.
had rye at the restaurant and bourbon at home.
Very nice.
I had a John's drink too. John's like, try this.
It's good.
Do you approve?
Moonshine.
Yeah. It was very good.
It was a really good rye Manhattan. It was very good.
What do you normally drink, Michael?
Stupid. There's no way to go through life, son.
Everclear? Does that?
Whatever they put in front of them.
Yeah, it was like gasoline for your car. No, I'm a vodka soda water guy. I'm just
Oh, yeah, nice.
low calories as best I can.
Aw.
MP, we can show a few photos from last night if your trade isn't too spicy at the moment.
It's gonna get
I was gonna say that,
interesting.
but okay.
It's gonna get interesting. We're back at my entry, which is like now
I thought
freaking me the hell out.
Oh, it freaks everyone out. Don't worry.
We got heavy shorts still, but I don't know. Yeah, Jack, go ahead.
Oh, there's a squad.
It's a very nice photo.
It is.
Yeah.
Michael's smiling. All
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's a first.
Sarah.
There's the mustache.
Wow. I could feel it. So
Yeah.
close.
Oh yeah. Very nice. I like that. That place is pretty sweet.
Who's the old guy?
I don't know, but he's gravity.
Not listening to
started
Brett, I'll
flowing,
tell you that. Whatever Brett was saying.
What'd you say about gravity, Eddie? Come on.
I don't know. He was pulling him to his left. Gravity knows who you are.
Oh yeah, there I am.
There he is.
Oh, good check.
There's
Yeah.
Jack.
I think this is. I'm holding this trade way too long. It's not.
It's not reversing on.
It's not reversing. This is where I get this is where it becomes a super effing tough trade.
Because it keeps coming back.
Yeah, I agree with Andre. Stick to the system. Yeah.
Short 72% in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, there's your
67 in the S&Ps.
Just taking a look ahead down the road here at 10:30, we got Atlanta Fed GDP now. 12 o'clock, we've got our 10-year note auction. And this afternoon, I think we might have some action this afternoon because we got Williams speaking, we got Barr speaking, we got Jefferson and not Thomas speaking also a little later on this evening. So we got some Feds this afternoon. So let's keep our ideas and creativity open.
Yeah, man, they're squeezing me. They got it. They got me. They got me squeezed.
Yeah, I'm on strike 3 here too.
Well, welcome to the game of trading, guys.
Right.
You do well, and then you just do a couple of impatient moves.
Yeah, we've all been there.
Where's my and it hasn't done a flush out to the downside of the longs, which it just gets me even more like, because it usually takes the weak ones out, and then it takes it right back up. So now you got everybody short and their sister, and and then they're gonna take these longs, squeeze the hell out of the last little longs, and pay the small percentage of 20% of them that can hold on.
Agree.
There you go. Where's Mick at? Mick?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Michael.
No, it's okay. I don't know where my loss limit is right now. Daily loss limit. I don't know if Mick moved it from 10 to 5 to 3.
John, you still playing drums?
I haven't for 4 or 5 years, probably.
All right. I'll just let you know Slipknot's looking for a drummer.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, so I was thinking maybe if you had some time on your hands.
Is that true?
Give him a call. What mask would you wear? All right. Well, I'm watching this gold here, and I tell you, I'm just so tempted here.
Andre, I'm sticking with.
I was going to say, hang in there.
Sticking with the system, but it's just not.
Hang in. I'm with you.
S&P's just traded right down to weekly kickoff high.
Did.
Oh, that's good.
And so I'm still in this.
Same.
Yeah, I'm still short DAX as well.
So you're sitting pretty.
Yeah. It touched 1R because I used 35 ticks for a stop loss there as well. But yeah, it's in profit.
Right back
it's pretty
to entry,
comfortable.
Here we go, Trey.
Now here's what a 10 lot looks like, guys.
You got a 10 line on now?
Yes, sir.
Now this is tradertainment.
This is tradertainment.
This is tradertainment, yes.
Get your popcorn, folks.
Gee.
Gotta text my risk manager now. That's what I'm doing. That's why, guys, it's very cool to have Topstep because you can text your risk manager. When you're funded, you can go no daily loss limit. I don't recommend that. You could set your personal.
Yeah, I have to have a loss.
I still like this. I still like this, Andre.
Me too.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I'm still in prop because I like having the loss limit that somebody else sets for me and that I can't touch.
My goodness.
It still hasn't flushed out these longs, though. I would be I'll be a little impressed if it doesn't take out these weak longs.
They tried to already once.
Because my entry is not as good. So
they tried to face us already.
They tried though, but if you get a firm up, And really,
If it's anything like Monday and Tuesday, we just stay in this range for an hour or so, and then we break out.
New lows in the gold. As Hoop was saying earlier, this is falling out of bed.
this is
Strong auction. Single prints are a dead giveaway. Never stand in the way of single prints.
No.
Let's tilt that. Still
It's
short.
It's not as heavy, which is a little. There's a couple
Still
nerve wracking.
if you were flat right now, what would you want to be?
I'd still be. I'd get long.
Okay.
But it just went down to 37s. What was the low of that move? 39s. So 40s, around 40s, somewhere around there would be a great entry. Late high 40s, low 50s. And here's your low 50s. I don't care how long I've been trading. It still gets me a little clammed up.
So it makes it exciting.
Right.
Speaking of exciting, how about our hot streaks? Can we show our hot streaks here?
We killing it.
Who was hot and who was not?
I'm not.
There it is, hot streaks for today. We're looking at a new leader here with 18 days. 18 straight days. Eric, good job. 2,366. Daniel with 17, knocking on the door. Thomas Edison is with us here today with 17, 9,785. Jay Z, I believe, 16, 7,450. And Blake with 15. This is pretty close, folks. So
nice.
These are our funded traders' hot streak. Great job.
Yeah, not a lot of
nice
turnover
streaks there.
today. Blake is back on. Thomas is new because he hasn't traded in a few days and popped up. But we're still on Massimiliano watch. We'll let you know
yes.
as soon as we hear more.
He went off the grid after we were talking about him, and his wife. No, sorry, that's Hughes. Never mind.
Hughes.
I don't know if he ever
We
got
don't know.
contact with us.
We don't know for sure that was his wife, do we?
That was a person of the YouTube comments.
Yeah.
Now
They were just goofing around.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
God bless
wasted
the
everybody. Wasted everybody's time, man.
God bless the internet sometimes, man. I don't get it.
I mean, it's kind of funny.
Well, if you're laughing, I'm laughing then.
Yes. Welcome to the internet.
Welcome to the internet, my friend. How can I help you?
Old Hello Kitty hasn't gotten back to us.
Roaring Kitty.
It's Hello Kitty until he gets on here.
I did hear from Anne Marie, however. She is I don't know if she's here today, but she's going to be coming in and talking to us about a lot of questions we've seen lately about how options pricing and options open interest at certain strike levels affect futures. So she's going to come in and talk to us about that. She's one of the experts that I know of in that regard.
That'd be awesome.
Is he going to want to try to test overnight, the overnight lows, John? Give me you got a volume node with your S&Ps, right? The 94 that it sat on.
That's weekly kickoff. That's weekly kickoff level right there. 94.
Yeah, if that could hold, I'm going to get a lot of help with my Nasdaq position. But Nasdaq keeps squeezing the longs right now, down at 45, squeezing the longs. So then there's going to be a flush out. Am I going to get caught on the flush out? These things go through my mind.
You got a lot of questions going on there, Michael.
Yep, life is a trader.
Squirrel's running, Eddie. The squirrel is running.
I smell something burning.
Yeah.
I smell rubber.
Oh, I thought something. Yeah.
No.
You can feel the squeeze happening right now with the Nasdaq.
Squeeze to which side?
To the downside. It just keeps
Short
slowly.
70%.
The shorts. If I was short right now, it's not going anywhere.
Well, that too, yeah, but there hasn't been a flush out.
All right, I'm going to short crude oil as well because now it's closed below the initial balance.
Man, this is gonna.
Well, D, we got our 30-minute bar closing inside value in the S&Ps. I would stick with your short.
Yep, I'm sticking with my DAX short as well. So just heading the second position.
Ooh.
As Brood Prophets say, smash that like button. Get those likes up.
And
yes, please do. We've got over 2,000 people watching. We only got 566. Hit that like button if you like what's going on. And of course, if you're not subscribed, shame on you. Subscribe.
Yep.
D, you said you're shorting crude?
Yep. So I'm short one lot that's 76.33.
They're closed below the initial balance.
Yeah, and it's not too far from the initial balance, and the initial balance itself is not massive, so there is a good chance that this pushes lower. Might take some heat on it, purely because sometimes the market likes to test the initial balance low before it continues. But again, I'm using a 35 tick stop, so I should be safe, or it should give me enough time to bail before my stop gets hit if this doesn't go well.
You got single
tick.
tick.
Low. Yeah.
You got it going on.
Yeah. Looks good for now.
You know what I need?
61.
You know what's going to fix this?
What?
Some more coffee.
What else you
Oh,
got?
some here.
Put something in that coffee,
mine-
Johnny. Irish coffee.
Ah,
Irish coffee. Yeah, there's
now
one
we're
here.
talking. Now we're talking.
Marcus Andrew, thanks for the props on Top Step X.
Thank you.
Really liking it.
I went to a museum in Ireland where I swear to God, they had a hologram exhibit about the origins of Irish coffee.
Really?
Yeah, why does that not surprise me?
It's the hardest I've ever laughed at a museum. It was at the Boyne Flying Fortress Museum about the planes, but a hologram about putting whiskey in coffee.
Hey,
Well,
guys,
it is their national drink.
That is commitment right there.
I took like 8 of these off right around my break even ish. And who said
That's
that?
good.
In the
Good
chat?
choice.
Who said that in the chat? Somebody said that.
Nice one.
What are they saying in the chat?
They said take. Well, no, it's helpful, Andre. Don't say it in a critique.
I'm just saying. What did they say in the chat that swayed you?
Who said it? Well, I was already like squeezing like the weak ones out, and then it firmed up a hair. Came back to my entry, and then like if it wanted to go squeeze again, the last of the whatever's still in the ringer, ring it out or whatever they call it, then it would have got me. Who's on polls right now? That is awesome. I mean, I'm gonna say yes. I gotta go anyway to a meeting. 82% you say yes. Wow.
This is like make Hogue money, but with MP.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
We may be doing that again soon
36 even.
because I need help.
Deanna, John Jones is asking, what's your take profit on oil?
Usually I aim for a target between 1.5R to 2R. So that would mean anywhere between 50 to 70 ticks from my entry. If something goes wrong or if the market is not doing what I expected it to do, I will take it off within about 45 minutes because by then it should be doing something anyway. And if I'm not anywhere close to my target, it's either a very slow day or I got something wrong.
There you go. Thank you, Deanna.
Hey, I'm going to marry this position a little bit, and I don't like the marry position, but I still like it from the long side. Hey, Mick, if you're listening, I just text you. Manage my position from here on out. I'm going to put a stop down here.
Oh my goodness. There you go.
At the low. If it makes new lows, I'll
Can somebody manage this position for me too?
yeah, right. All right, guys, I got to roll. If it hits, I like it from the long side, but this is when you get married to position. So guys, I am marrying a position right now. I say don't marry a position at times. So you're going to hear, or you're going to see what happens here. John talked out his loser. I was up 2,200. Now I'm down 1,200. I had way too many on. I took them off when it gave it another college try up to my entry. If it firms up, I did still buy the lower of the range down here, which is also the weekly kickoff low, right, John, or something like that?
Stopped. Fuck off. Yeah, we're going lower, motherfucker.
Yeah, John. So if it holds up, firms up on John's weekly kickoff number that you guys get in your inbox, which it has so far, it stays firm on it, then this should be back in that fiddling in the middle, back to settlement. So I still like it from all those directions. If it's going to play a continue on the stair step, and it's going to play a range bound day. So does that make sense for my guys here? Listen, like if it's going to continue on the stair step, this is a great entry. If it's going to return to settlement, it's still a good entry. If it's at the low of the range, which it is, and it wants to go range bound, then it's a good entry. And then lastly, John's weekly kickoff, and the fact a lot of people are still biased short. That's why I'll keep it on. I'll take care. I'm going to cut out.
All right, Michael.
I just want to say it's a real pleasure watching you work.
All right, guys. I'm going to see you. Uber is on its way. Take care, guys.
See you, man.
Nice one.
Bye, Michael.
See you, guys.
But
All right.
Andre, P&L?
Down 75 now. Sorry.
Down to Mean Joe Green. Okay.
Mean Joe Green.
75. Wow.
I want to get back.
Good risk management there, pal.
Yeah.
yeah, very good. Yeah.
Yeah, but still, this is going to go.
Hey,
like they
risk
fight-
management will save everybody. You know, it's like if you can't manage risk, there's no point.
I just burned my mouth.
Oh,
I went and grabbed
that's,
more
that's
coffee.
not good.
Well, the coffee pot was off. I thought it was probably cooled off a little bit, but no.
I have one of those Nespresso machines, so it has the perfect temperature of the coffee all the time.
My daughter loves that.
Fancy.
Yeah, it's just really handy. There's pop a capsule in, you're done.
I like my coffee like I like my bourbon, dark and mean.
Son of a. Not the most exciting trade so far, that's for sure.
Well, at least they tried to poke below the initial balance on the S&P.
Got rejected.
Yeah.
But we do have that value acceptance. So even if we have like a bit of a retracement, they would really need to take out the entirety of the initial balance for that to change the sentiment.
That's the high of the day.
That's the high of the day, yeah.
What do you suppose the probabilities of that are, D?
Well, it is an equity index, and it always has that upward bias. So I'm never completely opposed to that happening because when I started in prop, we had ES at new highs nearly every single day. It was like S&P all-time high, S&P all-time high. It's like, it became such a daily event that nobody was even making much of it. Yeah, they're like, oh yeah, okay, there we go.
It doesn't have an upside grind to it. Like if there's no bad news, it's just going to drift higher.
Well, it's saying no bad news. We were still under QE then. It's like recession everywhere. It's like terrible. And yet the equities kept grinding higher because they had all this capital coming in from the QE.
Oh, gold making some new lows here. 1960. Caught a little of that bottom.
Nice one.
You gotta get this one. They moving. You still in there, John?
Yeah. Came within like a tick or two of my stop.
Yeah, I got hit right on the. Yeah.
Harry.
It's looking at it right now.
All right, crude oil reaching 1R right now.
Nice.
Nicely.
So, I didn't mean to put any pressure on you, but
so far, good day. Yeah,
you're having a good day
so far.
Well, nothing's booked. Anything could happen, as you know. But yeah, it's looking all right.
Well, just don't start trading 10 lots.
Not today. No, maybe tomorrow.
You can see it building too. Like, he goes silent and the position starts growing. Like, why hasn't he said anything in the last 10 minutes? Oh.
Yeah. 10 lots, that's why.
Yeah.
Low of the day here right now.
In gold, Eddie?
Yeah.
Let's take a quick look.
1959-60 LOD.
Yeah, a lot of space down there.
Mm-hmm.
We talked about that. I mean, on this daily, if we were accepting below that weekly kickoff low, look at all that space.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's what I should be short. But I'm having too much fun losing money in the S&Ps.
I am confused what S&Ps want to do right now.
Well, I have a couple of points there. So it's value has been accepted because we opened just on value high, but enough, a couple of ticks above it. And and now it's trying to extend the initial balance lower. So that's another pointer to the intention of the other time frame participants. So now if we hold below that in the next 19 minutes, the short is still on and there's no real option at this time of the day.
Going down to 43.90.
Does that settle?
So now you can have a look at how the C period ends and then maybe try and catch it on a slight pullback. Maybe you can use a low volume node or something. So that will be an option.
Thank you, Dina.
You can find one. Yep. I'm not sure you're going to find a low volume node, but we never know. Once it prints a little bit more, there's always opportunities, especially if we're just falling away. But yeah, because it's an equity index, obviously caution. So good trading locations, especially for shorts, are quite important for equities. It's probably why I don't really like trading the equities, because I'm not that accurate.
Yeah.
Sometimes I can, but sometimes I'm a bit lazy. So I'm just like, see a setup, that'll do. So yeah, I feel like the equities are making me work a lot harder, especially NQ, where you have to like sit there and stare at it.
Yes.
Yeah, some value low from yesterday would take the S&Ps down to about 43.90.
Mm-hmm. But we still have 17 minutes left before the next TPO closes, so it's a lot of time.
It's going to be a long 17 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, what do we got here? Anything? Hey, how did that session go with Mick yesterday with Ask a Risk Manager? I didn't get a chance to catch it.
It was
I
really
watched
good.
some of it. It was really good. Yeah.
People were loving it. Good.
Yeah, I thought it went really well. I mean, we get so deep into some of these questions that we only got a few of the questions. There were a lot of them, so we're going to do that again. Hopefully, very soon. It was a good session.
Jack, you got some news bits for us here?
Uh-oh.
Jackson yes, indeed. Just now I'm working on those trading cards for later, but we can go over to those S&P 500 stats, James. So this is interesting here. So this is the ratio of the equal weighted S&P 500 versus the cap weighted. So when you see the normal S&P 500 prices, they are market cap weighted. And obviously over the last many years, things have been highly concentrated on top because you have these multi-trillion-dollar companies in it. Yep. So what you're seeing there is the ratio of what the market cap weighted versus if you took every component of the S&P 500 and weighted them equally. So what we're seeing here is that it has been decreasing quite a bit. It's at its lowest level since 2020, which means the smaller cap stocks are performing better. So that's something new. James, if you can go to the next image in the list there. This is the 50-day moving average and what percent of each stock in the sector are above the 50-day moving average. So you can see energy not doing great, 53% of the NASDAQ. A lot of information here.
Yeah, it is.
There you go.
And lastly, I have one more very important stat. The CEO of Brinker Brands yesterday announced that if Chili's were its own country, it would be the third largest buyer of tequila in the world. The U.S., Mexico.
Wow.
Chili's.
Chili's, really?
Wow.
And Chili's.
Slinging those dollaritas. That's Chili's, right?
Mm-hmm. Some commercial. I've been seeing that. Yes.
Hey, John, why are we not having EIA today? We're getting a couple questions regarding that.
So the EIA on their website says that they're going to delay scheduled data releases between today and Friday due to a planned systems upgrade. They're going to continue collecting energy data and will resume on November the 13th with their regular schedule.
Okay. Thanks,
We
John.
do that every so often. I think every few months or something, they're like, "Oh, we're updating our systems." It's like, "Oh, great, okay, thanks." We can trade normally on Wednesdays without the fear of inventories coming out.
Right. It's kind of a nice break, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I'm currently updating my systems.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see that pullback?
I actually updated my keyboard because my M button broke down for some reason. So I tried to replace a switch. I have one of those ducky keyboards. And I tried to replace a switch, and as that was happening, one of my dogs got the button and chewed the crap out of it. So I was like, dude. So yeah.
Oh,
Pass the hat.
chickens.
We're going to get her a new keyboard.
Yes, we need to
Oh no, I've got a new keyboard. Already bought it, man. It's like-
pass the head.
Yeah, it's like Lacey. If you drop something, you better pick it up quick.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I don't know whether you guys can see this. So it's one of those what was it called? Ducky 1-3 or something. And then it's the year of the rabbit. So this squiggle thing on the space.
Love
It's
that.
actually the year of the rabbit thing. So yeah, it's a pretty cool keyboard. Actually. Yeah.
I've never seen a ducky.
Yeah, they're very, very good keyboards. Not cheap, but excellent keyboards. When your dog doesn't eat one of the keys.
Yeah, right. It's an expensive snack.
Yes. I say I always pay the Cavapom tax. They've eaten a whole bunch of stuff around the house.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dee, they want to know what breed your dogs are.
So I have a King Charles Cavalier. I have a Pomeranian. And then those two had 6 Cavapom puppies. So yeah, we're a Cavapom family.
She almost
They're
has a
very cute.
baseball team. You almost have a baseball team.
Yeah.
Almost, yeah. Well, if you count me, the husband, and the lizard, I think we have a football team, 11.
There you go.
Wow.
Because I have a gecko lizard as well.
That's right.
Yeah. She's getting on with age. She's actually the oldest person in the house now. So she's
gecko.
going to be like 19. Yeah.
Wow.
Ridiculously old. I mean, they're supposed to live like 12, 13 years in captivity. And this one just keeps going year
not
after
this one,
year. No.
Do you have a dog cheese tax at your house? Like if you take out cheese, they're all like right around you.
Some of them are very food driven, but surprisingly, a lot of them are not. So we only have one of the females. Whatever is happening in the kitchen, you ruffle any packaging, and she's just there. She's like, "Come on!" And she was actually the smallest when she was born, but she's eaten herself into space number 3 by weight. So she's like caught up. And yeah, but the rest of them not too bothered. Like maybe if they're actually more partial to bread, bizarrely, than they are to cheese.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, they love bread, which is terrible for them.
There they are.
Yes.
Where are they? Oh, yeah.
Cuties. Yeah, that's just 3. They're
Tongues
very
out. I
happy.
love
So
it.
the one in the middle,
With the tongue,
she's
yeah.
the food-driven one.
Food one, yeah.
The big tongue. Yeah. Astrid Mimi is her name. Monster, absolute monster.
There's the gang.
She's very sweet. There's the gang. There's everyone. Yeah.
So what are all their names?
All of their names. Okay, so we've got the dad, Leonard. By the way, most of my dogs' names, if not all, are from TV shows. So Leonard is from The Big Bang Theory. Then we have Mom, Lisbon, by Teresa Lisbon from The Mentalist, if you know that show.
Yes.
Then we have the firstborn Crichton, which is from a show called Red Dwarf. Then we also have Rimmer, also from Red Dwarf. Then we have Bernard Black. He's from a British TV show called Black Books. Very funny. It's about a drunken Irishman who owns a bookshop, hates humans but loves books, and he's always drunk. And then who else do we have? So we have 7 of 9, obviously from Voyager. She's a female. Who else? Manny and Astrid Mimi. I think that's everybody. Don't know whether I forgot anyone. Hope not.
They wanted to know.
Yeah, so Astrid Mimi is from Fringe, the sci-fi show with John Noble and what's his name? Joshua Jackson.
I remember him.
Yeah, he was in a sci-fi show, very very good show called Fringe. So I'm a huge sci-fi geek. So
I've noticed that.
yes, I know. I'm like borderline Trekkie.
It's okay. It's cool.
It's pathetic, but yeah, thank you.
After the way I'm trading today, could you beam me up?
Oh, yeah, well, John, you've got company. Kyle and Hughes are both down 3,000 today.
Oh, really?
Is that right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I don't like to hear that, but
Yeah.
that happens, right?
It happens.
Luckily, they have that loss limit in there to protect all those profits they were racking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Yep,
I mean,
absolutely.
So I am so contrary the nuances right now, and I should just get out of this because I'm so confident I'm going to get stopped out. But we'll just, I guess, see what happens. Only reason I'm not is because we haven't really shown any daytime frame acceptance below that weekly kickoff level. And yesterday it was magnetic. You know, maybe today we can get some repelling from it at some point, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
We got a little recovery in gold. Gold bringing it back to the 1960 level.
Yeah, gold has an average daily range low at 1958. So that usually brings at least a bounce. Whether it's sustained, that's a whole different question. But usually when you get to those average ranges, that's the levels that, that's the levels that the algorithms like to look at, because they're obviously mechanical trading systems.
Sure.
So they look at some of these ranges and stuff, and you will definitely see some reactions around them. And also, if you don't see any reaction, that can also give you some other type of information. You can have an abnormal single direction day that might just continue.
Cool.
But today, gold is a bit bouncy.
Yeah, I'm done for the day there. Yeah.
Right, I'm going to book the DAX at 1.4 hour profit.
Nice trade.
Well done.
Yeah, I mean, it might get lower, but, you know, it's always good to book some profits.
Yes. So tomorrow I'm going to say that I'm going to have a good day. Today is D's day. Tomorrow I'm going to have a good day. Although this day isn't over yet.
It's not over. We got, I tell you, this afternoon we got some Fed speaking. We might see some opportunity. It might happen.
Powder dry.
Yeah,
So that's 470 profit in euros, whatever the hell that is in dollars. I'll tell you in a minute. Hold on.
It's not too far off of it.
It's not these days. So it's $503.
There you go.
$500. So yeah.
Nice.
And I'm just waiting for this crude oil as well.
88. A little bottom here, low of the day.
Gold still breaking?
Yeah.
No, we're running north now. We are.
Yeah.
We're on the bull here, pretty tight.
It's bounced from the average daily low.
All right. The pain is over. I'm flat.
Yeah.
Nice. You can breathe now.
Yeah.
The pain is over. You poor thing.
Minus 925. Now it's time to chill. See if there's anything that happens. Maybe later on.
Maybe.
But that's 3 strikes, so I have to take a break.
Yeah, you do.
If I was in your situation, I'd want to get through this whole thing as quickly and with as little pain as possible.
There you go.
I know that voice.
You should probably. I'm glad you took your profit in that, because when I hit my stop there, that's going to be the low.
The worst. It's the absolute worst.
I can find them. I
horrible.
can find them like the best of them.
This happened to me before. It like hits my stop by one tick, and then it goes back. And I'm like, oh, you bastard.
Yep.
Well,
I mean, at this point, you're just guessing. If you're just entering the market right now.
Oh boy. So we've got once again here Atlanta Fed here about 34 minutes from now.
Cool.
10-year note high noon here today. 10-year note auction.
All right, taking crude oil off. That's 1.7R, and that's 610 bucks. Yeah.
Nice job.
I'm just going to see whether I'm flat everywhere. Not quite. Okay. But I've got my own account, and so I've got accounts everywhere. So it's like, oh,
Yeah.
My paranoia. What else do I have on? What else?
yeah, same. You're just scanning like mad.
Yeah.
What else is on? Ah.
Yeah, I have a lot of those too. I have 2 computers.
Yeah.
One is only for trading.
Yeah,
personally.
same. Yeah.
This
2
one.
computers, 2 accounts, 2.
Yeah.
What are you, Noah?
1 of 2 of everything.
2 of everything. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Right, I'm flat. It's all done. Yeah. Not bad. It's about 3R in the day.
Nice.
That's good.
Lot of dough. People
Yeah.
work
not
really
bad.
hard. 3 hours. That's pretty good.
Yep. And then size up, obviously for the sake of lack of pressure, I'm only trading like 1 and 2 contracts, but you size up and you have some ridiculous income. So
Hey, Deanna,
that's how it's done.
if you don't mind me asking, after you're done with the trading day, it's the evening there now, correct?
It's not, it's still the afternoon. It's only 4 p.m. coming up
Okay,
to 4
right.
p.m.
What do you do after?
Yeah.
What do you do after when you're done trading for the day?
Well, at the moment, I'm still renovating our London home because we're preparing to sell it. So I want to move out of London because I'm sick of London.
Where are you
So I'm
gonna go?
painting cupboards. I'm going to West Sussex, not too far. It's literally just about an hour outside of London. So right now I'm painting cupboards because we like to do a lot of DIY stuff ourselves. We like to renovate homes. And so after this, I'm going to put on my sexy painting gear. and then I'm going to paint some cupboards. Yay.
Very good.
Yeah.
There you go, yeah.
But if I don't have cupboards to paint, I will usually either walk the dogs if it's warmer weather. Obviously now it gets dark pretty early. Or I will play video games if I have absolutely no other meetings and stuff. But again, I run 3 different companies. I have a software development team. I have an IT recruitment team. So sometimes there's a lot of meetings to go through. It really depends on the day. But today I don't really have anything else apart from painting the cupboards.
The cupboards. Exciting.
Yes, very exciting. Yeah,
There's
I
a
lead a
long
very
video
exciting life. Huh?
The cupboards.
A video game with the cupboards.
Painting the
Why?
cupboards.
Why?
Yeah.
What happened with London? Why you don't want to be there anymore?
London is, I'm getting to that age, like I'm going to be 43 soon. So I'm getting to that age where I don't really like going out anymore. I don't need to be in the city. So I used to work in prop firms in the offices and stuff. So obviously we needed to be on site. And
Right.
since COVID, all of that has changed. I've had my own company for 4 years now. And I don't really need to go anywhere. So like taking advantage of the public transport and being really close, it does nothing for me. Everything's online. And second of all, in London, in the place where I live, houses are stupidly expensive, and yet you don't get much space. So
Right.
we have a £1 million house in London. Yes, we have a garden in the middle of Battersea, which is a very, very affluent area.
Very nice.
But I only have like 2 small bedrooms. I can barely turn around. I always joke that if I want to change my mind, I have to get out of the house because it's so small. So we just want more space, especially with 8 dogs. And, I want to have another TV studio as well. So all of that means that in order for me to size up in this area, first of all, I don't like traffic in London. They have destroyed traffic. So whenever you want to get out of the house to buy some groceries, you're out of the house for 2 hours, even though you're going just down the road. And that's because they're trying to get everybody to cycle. No, London is a 13 million people city. I'm not going to be cycling to North London if I have to go do business because it's going to take me, forever. It's ridiculous. So, so unfortunately for me, that doesn't suit my needs anymore. So I just want to live somewhere more remote where I still have a lot of, creature comforts. Now, Amazon Prime and gyms and stuff and all that, that's everywhere.
Sure.
Right.
So I don't want to be out in the sticks completely. I just want to avoid the whole single lane nonsense in London that has made driving in London horrendous, like absolutely horrendous. So it's just a lot, it's not as fun as it used to be. And it just doesn't suit my needs anymore.
As we get older, that's what we're looking for. The flash and the bells and whistles and clubs.
Yeah.
And you want to get away from that.
Exactly. Yeah. You want a quieter life and you just want to, enjoy. Like right now, I'm really enjoying my business. I'm really enjoying Market Stalkers. I'm really enjoying everything. I'm enjoying my dogs. I'm in a very good place in my life. I just wish that we had more space. So this is what we're going to change now. And it's not going to be a massive house because I'm not very good at cleaning.
Right. Me either.
Yeah, and I don't like having strange people in my house, like cleaning. So yeah, I never go for massive houses, but it's going to be more spacious than this one, and it's going to be nice. It's just a nice change. So yeah.
Oh, very nice. Yeah, I agree with you. There's no way I would go back to the city.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about moving more rural, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, remember you were saying we were chatting.
Where are you going to go, John?
Pardon?
Where are you going to go? What's more rural?
Well, we're considering South Missouri, North Arkansas, South Carolina.
That is rural.
Yeah.
Maybe somewhere Kentucky, Tennessee. I don't know. We're a couple of years away from probably pulling up stakes and doing something like that, but you got to start thinking about it now.
That's a big
Yeah. We started thinking about it 3 years ago, and only now we're coming to the end of all the improvements and everything. So
yeah, I need to be near water. So
oh really?
Yeah, there's some really big lakes in like southern Missouri and northern Arkansas. They're backfilled lakes, but they're big lakes. They're very nice, good fishing. Nice. Beautiful scenery, and then, of course, Kentucky and Tennessee, you start to get into the mountains a little bit, a little less water, and then, South Carolina, there's water all along one side of it, all of it.
There is.
It's kind of amazing.
Yeah.
But, I just want to be somewhere near water. I've lived in Chicago my whole life. Right next to Chicago is one of the biggest sources of fresh water in the entire world, which is the Great Lakes. It's going to be kind of hard to move away from that, but the taxes here, it's I'm gonna go somewhere else and like you said, live a good life.
Yeah,
the best run state, that's for sure. This state has its problems.
Everywhere there's problems,
I love Chicago, but there's definitely areas of improvement.
You watch these shows where they're like way out in the woods up in Alaska and Wyoming and Utah and Canada. I'd love to get a log cabin somewhere where you could just get away. And
what we're looking for is to have a field, like a farm or something, like right outside our door, so that I don't have to put all the collars and the leads on the dogs and then putting them in the car and then driving them. It would be so nice to just walk out the door and, endless space. So
run away. Go.
Yes, go, run.
Yes. Yeah.
There you go.
We got a big fenced in yard now. Lazy loves it.
Well, John, you're in Cook County, right? You're in Cook County.
Yes, I'm just a driver and a wedge away from Will County.
Yeah. See, and the thing is, with Cook County, our taxes are so high here. I think we're the highest taxes in the country.
You're talking to me about taxes. You know how high London taxes are, man? It's like I give 50% of my income every year.
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
But, I do love some liberties that we have in this country. So, I'm okay with that. It is what it is. So,
Sean King. I know Aurora.
Yeah, I know Aurora. Yep.
I saw Raffy there when I was growing up.
Rafi, really?
Remember Rafi? Yeah, that was like seeing the Beatles.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Crude oil is having a bit of a breather. It jumped off the cliff a little bit more. But we still only have 2 TPOs per row, so that's still, nothing to fight against at this time.
We're just grinding lower.
Mm-hmm.
You rarely see that. You rarely see a grind to the downside.
Well, in crude oil, it happens more often than some other markets.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I think gold has the most trending days. Like I looked at some statistics before, and gold actually came up with like 42% of trending days, which is very high. Usually it's like 20 to 30%.
Interesting.
And and then ES came up with what was it? I think it was about 33 or 34. So yeah, let's say about 35% in equities. But yeah, gold. I was very surprised at that. Because I run my little statistical algorithms to see, like I have like basic conditions that I define the trending day, ranging day, limited auction day, and things like that. And then I want to see how often they happen. But yeah, with gold, when you see a sustained auction, just don't touch it because it is a higher probability event.
You'll just go. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I've also just learned that new invites for Topstep X.
Yes.
I'm getting this from Kevin right now. Says will be continue to be emailed out each day this week and next week at 10 a.m. Central.
Okay.
So around then, if you're looking for it.
Beautiful. Now, I think we got time for tip of the day. We've been posting these each and every day.
Yeah, we got time, all right.
Tip of the day. What do we got here? Try something new. There you go. Sometimes we get stuck trading the exact same thing and finding no success.
It's true.
Try something new.
Yeah.
Such as a new product or a different strategy. You just might find a new passion.
Just don't go hopping from product to product. Select the second one and then spend some time on it. And if that one doesn't work out for about 5 months, then move on to another thing.
Yeah. But notice how she said 5 months, not 5 days.
Yes.
Right.
You gotta,
5 months.
Right.
Yes.
Good sample size to really test the strategy and to really make sure that it is the strategy and not you. That's the whole part of that.
Well, some of us have that practice account. And, I highly recommend you do that, even if you're testing out a new strategy.
Absolutely. Yeah. Especially, something like a combine, because you already have those risk parameters. So it's not going to allow you to have bad trading habits because you're going to be, you're going to hit your daily loss limit. And that can be a very nice educational side of Topstep, not necessarily, let's all get just funded. There is a huge advantage to doing a prop challenge. It's probably the closest thing that you will get to like real life trading without risking 10, 20, 30K of your own cash
100%.
and then making all of the mistakes that you possibly can and then crying after that. So, a better way to do it is to pay a little bit of money, get a 50K account, it's only $49 and see how you get on. So test your strategy in a slightly higher pressure environment where you do have some risk parameters to follow. See how the strategy behaves under those rules. So you kind of stress test the strategy and yourself.
That's right.
And that takes time.
I got CS here asking a very honest question. CS is asking, how long did it take everyone to become profitable trading? Have been trading futures for 9 months now and just getting discouraged.
Took me 12 months. Took me 12 months. Took me 12 months to become profitable.
You know what? I'm with you, Andre. It took me about a year, maybe a little over a year.
Yeah, to get profitable, but to get consistently profitable, which are two completely different things, it took me almost 9 years.
Yeah. You got to see everything. You got to see almost every scenario play out, every chart formation play out, every type of market environment play out, news, breaking headlines.
Yeah.
New competition. I remember when I first got started trading, I was not familiar with what a flight to quality trade was. This was during the financial crisis, 07, 08. And it was when you see, I was trading treasuries and Eurodollars at the time. So anytime you saw the S&Ps or equities break, it would be buy the treasuries. Well, I wasn't familiar with that trade. We hadn't been taught that. That wasn't the environment we were brought up in. We were getting brought up in the, back then it was the terrorism trade. We're still in the shadows of 9/11. That was on the forefront of everyone's mind. So we weren't really considering subprime, housing crisis and so forth. So that's I had to learn what the flight to quality trade was. So that was just one, another weapon in your arsenal, so to speak. But yeah, you have to see chart formations, different types of trades. What happens when size comes in? What happens when paper gets hit? You got to see every freaking scenario play out.
Yeah, and it takes time.
You know what helps too is, if you got a mentor or coach, or somebody to that extent, or even a trading buddy that has experience, and of course here at Topstep TV,
you're good, Liam. You're good, man.
Questions. You're seeing how we trade here. And it's trial and error. Obviously, we're not making winning trades every trade. And you're seeing, how we learn from failure. And if we didn't fail, we wouldn't get any better.
It's the only way you learn in this business.
Exactly.
You got to touch the stove. You got to touch the stove to know it's hot for whatever reason.
Yeah. So 9 months for the guy who asked that. 9 months, you are so green still, man. Keep grinding. If you're not tracking your trades, start now, like immediately. That's going to open your eyes to a whole bunch of patterns that are not immediately obvious. But look at the time of day when you're doing well. So usually in the journaling platforms, you have various metrics, obviously, and one of those, a very, very, very underutilized platform, is the time of day by hour. So what hour of the day you're doing well and what hour of the day you're doing terrible. So, take out those days, take out the hour that you have the most losses, just sit it out, go do something else and see whether your performance improves. You don't have to trade every hour of the day. And then that's my second advice. Limit your screen time. Don't sit there for 8 hours losing your eyes. Do 90 minutes per day. Try to find a setup at the same time of day. It will increase your consistency. All of these setups that I take, they're always usually around about the same time of day. After the initial balance, I expect something to happen. If I don't get my setup for that duration, for those 90 minutes, I go and do something else for an hour or two. Then I come back for the final part of the session, if I come back at all. Today I made 3R. I don't need to come back. Like, why would I jeopardize that?
Right.
Deanna, I got a question. How do you deal with FOMO? Because I remember that was a big. You said step away. You don't have to put hours in front of the screen, and that's something that I suffered from is FOMO. I know that I have other traders that I'm competing with that I'm sitting around, and I know that they're in the office, working 20 hours a night, 20 hours a day. They're capturing opportunities. Anytime you see a headline come across the news, instantly your mind goes to what's it doing in the market, who's capturing opportunity that not. So how do you
that comes later? So that comes later, I will say. For all of us who have been in this game for a long, long time, we can do that.
But if you want to, did you have FOMO?
Oh my God, yes. Yeah. Every time it was moving, I had to be in. Yes. And it would hurt me more if I wasn't in than my stop loss getting hit.
Agreed.
If I was wrong.
Agreed. What could have been. Yep.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that, building confidence is something that's going to keep moving you forward. And you've got to have the passion and desire. You can't just sort of say, I want to trade and really not have that deep down. That hey, I want to conquer this. I want to know this. I want to learn this.
Also, bodybuilding and weightlifting. If you're struggling with FOMO, just go to the gym.
There's ways to distract yourself. John, you've been in this game forever. You still get FOMO?
Well, going back to the first question, I stepped away for a second, but I heard the question is, how long does it take to be profitable?
Yeah,
it takes as long as it takes. For a year and a half, I made and lost money, made lost money. I got profitable for 2, 3, 4 years. That was when I was a prop trader, and then I funded my own account and had a couple of good years and a year that I really just I wasn't able to make really consistent money. There's ebbs and flows to this, there's periods when you're hitting it. And, my dad always said, you better put some away because nothing lasts forever. And I've quit this business 1,000 times. And every time I've come back to it, and you learn, you grow. There's no destination to a trading career. You're never gonna be there. it's always something where we have the opportunity to continue to learn and to grow and to, learn how to take losses, learn how to deal with FOMO. Right. FOMO to me it's part of the journey, right? I mean, there's no destination. It's something that ebbs and flows like everything else. There's periods of time when I'm really good at handling and not dealing with FOMO. And then there's times when I'm dealing with it. This trading on screen, it has changed my decision making, and I'm aware of that. I'm not going to lose boatloads of money. I mean, I don't really need to make boatloads of money. I've been there. Right. So I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around how my mind has changed, my decision making has changed, because now I'm doing it in front of God and everybody. Yeah. I'm not afraid to take losses. I know over time this will get straightened out. I will be back on the right side of the markets half the time, and that's all I need. If I'm right half the time, and I'm taking profits that are twice what I risk on trades. That's how you can build an empire. I mean, that's really all
you can even have like 30% accuracy, and you will still be profitable over time. But it's obviously very hard to trade intraday with such low accuracy. However, it's not to say that it never happens. We all have periods when we're not doing that great. Most of the year, I am able to make money day after day, week after week, month after month. But for example, February, we had some slow markets and nothing was really moving. Like crude oil was dead, and I had basically a break-even month if you look at the size of the accounts and stuff. But it was a break-even month. I didn't make much money, and that's okay, because at this point I know that it was the market, it wasn't me. So you have to weather those times successfully, and you also have to have some very good coping mechanisms to realize whether it's you. So are you underperforming as a trader, or is the market truly dead and not really quite conducive to whatever strategy you're using? And that all takes time, and we'll all have ups and downs. This is why a lot of us have other sources of income. And even when we make a killing, we all put it in something else. We all buy houses. We all buy other assets. None of us keep, 20 million in the bank account. That's the stupidest thing you can do, because inflation is just going to eat it up. So, do long-term stock portfolios, like have assets on the side. Don't just go, prop trading, I'm just going to buy the maddest car that I can possibly find on earth. That a lot. I see that. Yeah, Lambo dudes, man.
All of a sudden, Benzes and Beamers start coming out after the first show. Like, come on.
Yeah, and you don't have a house. It's like, buy a house first, then buy a mad car.
Exactly. Right.
DC Lifestyle.
Lease the car. There you go.
About being his worst enemy. Now, he's getting better. He's seeing things better, but still having that worst enemy enter the arena, your trading arena. And
that's a self-limiting belief, I would say.
What's that? What's self-limiting? What is that?
You have to be kind to yourself. We all have these inner critics in our head that will tell you, I'm an idiot. Yep. Oh my God, I'm so stupid. Oh, this always happens to me. But ultimately, that's all victim mentality. You need to move away from that. The world is not out to get you. You are not an idiot. We all have Muppet moments. That's fine. It's perfectly normal. None of us are clever people all the time and doing super good trades. Like, I've done some really stupid trades online. I've given money back on my live stream. It happens. It's fine. But you can't go, it always happens. I'm such an idiot. I'm my own worst enemy. Work on that part. There is a therapy procedure called EMDR. Can't quite remember what it stands for, but it's basically to do with using neuroscience while bringing up really bad traumatic experiences or negative self-beliefs, all the while you're following this little ball on the screen, moving your eyes left, right. And the deeper the trauma, because we all create psychological traumas through trading, through bad habits. Right. You lose a lot of money. That's a trauma that needs to be dealt with. Otherwise, it's going to be with you when you're 70 years old. You don't want that. So as a trader, if you want to get really good at this game, you have to sort all those problems out. So any self-limiting belief, any negative self-talk, it needs to stop. be kind to yourself.
I'd like to tell people, hey, when you get up in the morning and you're getting yourself ready to trade, look in the mirror and look at yourself and promise yourself, I will do good today, or, say that 10 times or say something to the fact where, hey, I love you. You're a good person. You will do good today.
And even if you don't do good, I would also focus more on the positives than the negatives. So let's say that you hit your daily loss limit. Say to yourself, well, at least I stopped. I didn't buy another combine and smash that one as well on the same day. Focus on the positives. If you didn't move your stop loss, if you didn't remove your stop loss, that's a positive. Focus on that. Okay, at least, yes, I lost, but at least I kept my stop loss in. That's a good thing. So you have to find like that silver lining even on bad days, and that's going to help you with your negative self-talk. So be kind to yourself.
So this book, I don't know if you can see it, it's called
Positive Intelligence. Yeah.
And this book deals with exactly what Deanna's been talking about, and that's the inner dialogue that we all have. And the author basically names the inner voices that we have. The main one is the judge. That's the judge that's telling you this always happens, or you're not good enough, and he characterizes them as saboteurs. And we all have these saboteurs in our head. And there's exercises and things in this book where you can learn to talk back to the saboteurs, because the saboteurs really do nothing but lie to you. You are not the worst trader in the world. You are not the worst person in the world. You are not the all these nasty things we say to ourselves. And the more you exercise your ability to talk back to those saboteurs, if you will, the smaller they get, the softer they get. They're not as loud when you talk back to them. And this is it's a worthwhile book. It has nothing to do with trading, but everything to do with how we treat ourselves. And Deanna was, talking about, we all do this. We all have this inner dialogue that she calls them self-defeating
beliefs.
Beliefs, so self-limiting beliefs. And so I found this book to be really interesting. It's written in a really easy to read kind of way, and you'll find your saboteurs by reading through this book. It tells you to name them, and it tells you to talk back to them and tell them, you are a liar. I am not the worst trader in the world. And the more often you use that muscle to talk back to it, the less impression they're going to have on you over time.
That's also called Socratic questioning. So when you say something to yourself like, I'm the worst trader in the world, clearly that's not the case. Okay, the worst trader in the world is the guy that lost billions and billions and that kept pressing. There was a guy that worked at a bank or a hedge fund, and he first lost, I think it was about 10 million, and then he was like, what's 10 million? Because the more you lose, the money loses more value. So it's like, well, I've already lost 10. So what's another 50? And then he ended up losing, I think it was like something like 2 billion in one day. That's the worst trader in the world. If you're not there, you're all right, right?
Yeah, I've learned from PMA, positive mental attitude.
That's right.
And that goes back to Napoleon Hill. That was something that happened a while back, and it still works. If you can set your mindset, that's what I really think is most important before you even start trading, before you start doing anything, is having that mindset in the right position. Be positive. And sometimes, we're always talking about getting stopped out. Oh, it hit my stop. It knew where I was. Well, you know what? If you can sort of turn that into something positive, you hit the stop. You called a good area for a stop, even though you got stopped out. But that's what you got to do. You got to take the bad and find the good within the bad. How can I? Like I said earlier, if we did not fail, we would not learn. So failing is something that's going to move you forward.
Yeah, mistakes are a very important part of the process. If your trades were always perfect, like why do you need anybody else then? You're probably already a multimillionaire, right? But
Right.
that's not really the case. So clearly you need to focus on your mistakes and you will learn a lot from them. So don't just go, oh, that was a terrible day. Go back, review your trades, see whether you could have done anything differently. Maybe you have a flawed process, so improve the process.
Even if
Take out
it's
the
painful.
emotions. Yes, even if it's painful. Yeah.
It is painful.
It's always painful. This is to do with money. We all have, certain beliefs about money, and it's emotional. Money is an emotional topic for a lot of people because a lot of people don't have a lot of it. So the prospect of being a trader and suddenly having these windfalls, some people actually trip up over that as well. They start being uncomfortable making 2, 10, 15, 20, 30 grand in a day. And then they start feeling guilty. It doesn't make any sense, does it?
No,
You should be happy, right? Yeah.
Establish for yourself a definite fixed system of conditioning your mind at the beginning of each day so you will keep it positive under all circumstances.
Thank you, Napoleon, from the
Hey,
grave.
John,
That's
John,
the
show
one.
that book again. I don't know if you repeated or answered their chat, but I wanted to see the
here's-
book again.
I don't know where the jacket went to it, but
There it is.
Shazad Chamin?
yeah.
Yeah, Chamin.
If you just like Google or just, I think it's positiveintelligence.com.
You find it on Amazon.
You'll get to it. Yeah. You'll get to it. There's a website about it. There's like a whole like community you can join.
As John Jones says, you take the good, you take the bad, you take the both, and there you have the facts of life. The facts of life. John, you get a comedy cookie for today, brother.
That's pretty good.
Absolutely. That's awesome.
You're making a fat man laugh over here. That's pretty good.
That's it.
Just found it on Audible. Just found it for free on Audible. There you go.
There you go. But if you want it on Audible, I mean, there's documents and things that you're going to want to see in the book. It's kind of similar to Jared's book, Mental Game of Trading. I mean, there's exercises and things that you can do that you might want to actually get the actual book.
Yeah, but working on yourself is definitely a huge part of this. I know it's all about money and stuff, but ultimately it's about self-improvement and self-awareness and ultimately becoming a better person despite us trading money in financial markets. I think we're all pretty enlightened people here because of this process that we've all gone through at some point.
Beautiful. I tell you, we are coming towards half past here. And
brilliant.
Our trading session, brilliant. Yes.
Mm.
We've got a lot of good comments, and really, I hope that we sort of broke the barrier for a lot of you. I mean, we've all gone through it. It's been time and time again. Like John said, you wanted to quit doing this 1,000 times. I'm right behind him. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? Now, why don't I get a 9 to 5? Well, I mean, obviously, that just doesn't work. But we got a Google here. What do we got? We got a screen up here. We want to check one.
Yeah, I just
okay.
Clicked on the wrong thing.
Before we get to 10:30 here Chicago time, can we do top 5? We got a top 5 funded.
Yeah.
Can we do that one?
Let's do it.
Here? Let's do top 5 funded and see who we got. Bongos. There's Hughes. There's Kyle, and once again, that I think they hit their daily loss limit, down 3,000 each, so they're quiet as can be, but still leading the pack. Hughes with 96,000, Kyle 88,000, Sultan with 80,000, Matthew Broderick with 56,000, and Abdullah Oblongata with 43,000. That is some badass trading.
Big numbers.
Those are nice numbers, man. So there you have it, our top 5 funded traders.
Nice one.
There you go. Thank you, boys. Well, we are getting very close here.
Positive intelligence. There you go. Thank you, John.
10:30.
You got it.
So we got Mick coming up here very short. Yes, today is Mick. We'll see Mick here in just a little bit, but we're going to take a break. Deanna, thank you very much for being with us here today.
You were awesome today, Deanna.
And
thank you guys. Appreciate
your
that.
words of
Very
wisdom
strong.
are
Very
solid
strong.
gold.
You're welcome that I made you have a good day.
Thank you, John. That was the main thing. Your belief in me.
That's what did it.
Yes.
No, awesome as always, Deanna.
Very
Thank
strong.
you very much.
Well, to be honest, if it wasn't for you, Hogue, none of my skills would exist because you put me on that path of profile. And yes, I've taken it a step deeper, step further with all of my little tweaks on it. But you're the one who started everything, so I'm eternally grateful to you for that.
Hell yeah.
Well, if I had anything to do with it, it makes me very happy and proud.
Oh yes, you had a lot to do with that, man. You know that.
Well, God bless.
Sweet. Tiana, you have a great rest of the week, and we will catch you back here next week.
That's right.
That's right.
Yeah.
Bye, Deanna.
Take care, guys. Yeah,
take care.
Thanks, Andre.
Good luck with the cupboards. I hope. What color?
Yes.
What color? What
They're
color?
just white,
Corduroy.
boring. Yeah.
Corduroy.
Very good. We'll enjoy.
Thanks.
All right.
Thank you.
Take care. All right, we're going to take a little break. We'll be right back with Shoulder Tap.
right. Welcome, everybody. It's time for Shoulder Tap. We have Andre here and the star of Shoulder Tap, Mick Ironimo, our risk manager. How are you, Mick?
Hey, what's up, boys? I'm good.
Hello,
How are
Mick.
you?
Hello,
How are you
Mick.
feeling this morning? I'm a little groggy myself.
I'm all right. Took it pretty easy last night, but it was a fun time out at dinner. The cocktails were flowing. Sounded like some other people were struggling a little bit this morning, but I was okay. I definitely had my fill on the food, so line my belly with some good stuff.
Yeah, I took it easy while we were there. I had to drive home, but I kept the party going once I got home a little bit. So
Good for you, John.
yeah,
You cut out a little early, didn't you?
yeah, I did. I think my wife
Yeah.
was still up, so we sat and chatted for a while and had a couple of little sippers. But yeah, so we're looking forward to seeing what you got for us today, Mick.
Yeah, I got a lot of exciting stuff today. We've got some really good trading cards, 3 people that I want to highlight. Another person I want to feature, kind of a shoulder tap, one of our XFA traders who's put up some really, really big winning days, but also has been stringing together a lot of daily loss limits. But before we go into it, I'm super excited about the people we're talking about today because this is a group of kick-ass traders from what I've seen in the performance in the accounts thus far. So absolutely kick-ass. We've got high winning percentages to talk about. Before we dive into those, I got a few shout outs. P&L is relatively light from the funded group of traders today. Shout out to Ramez S, who's in his live account, up 5,900 and some change.
Nice.
Shout out to Dwayne H in their funded account, up 2,100. Michael T in his XFA, up 6,300. And shout out to the 3 people that we called up from express funded accounts to live accounts yesterday. Chen S, Guang Yao Z, and Sine S. Really excited about those 3 to start. They've been taking a good amount of payouts in their XFAs.
Mhm.
They're going to be starting with nice, healthy account balances in their live accounts. And while I might not be featuring all of those names I listed, I am going to feature Sine on one of our trading cards. And
Cool.
great group of traders. We were super excited to call them up. They made it easy for us to make the decision on moving them to a live account. So with that, I'm a little eager to dive into these trading cards. Can we pull up Anmar, please? Trading out of his XFA. There's going to be a common theme with these traders. And I'll give you a hint. It's the 100% winning days.
Nice.
These statistics floor me. Andre, we were just talking about it yesterday.
Yeah.
Aim for, 90% your prop firm was saying. I said aim for 100%. Well, they're hitting 100% here.
Unreal.
Anmar, 100% winning days. This is a 7-day streak. Not sure if they're in the markets today. I've been busy putting these cards together this morning. But up to today, Anmar and his XFA has been on a tear.
Mhm.
And 7-day streak, average winning P&L for that streak, $2,000. So you can kind of guess where his account's at.
Yep.
And then not only is the winning day percentage super exciting, but winning trades, 82%, relatively selective with those trades. And excuse me. That's just really good. 82% winning trades. Aim for 100% winning trades. You will fall short of it, but 82% right here. So really excited for him. We've got, while this was not one of the traders that we called up to live yesterday, certainly going to want to be looking at them today and in the coming days because we're kind of leaning in one direction on this trader.
So Mick, 100% winning days, 7-day streak, average daily P&L 2,000 and change. Looking at the average win and average loss.
Yeah.
We're a pretty active trader here, aren't we?
Yeah, and I refrained from what I said. It's hard when I put these cards together in the morning. I try and remember some of the stats in the back of my mind. I said selective trading, I think, just now. This is not selective trading. This is busy, very highly active trading. And it's kind of interesting that the average winning trades are about half of what the average losing trades are, yet they're putting up these numbers on the winning trade percentages, the winning days. So that's kind of impressive. The risk reward ratio there and what they're taking down on the winning trades and the losing trades kind of does lead me to believe that those statistics up above, the 100% winning days, 82% winning trades, might not be sustainable metrics.
That was my question.
Yeah, this could be a bit of an anomaly. Call it the streak that it is. But you know, it's working out right now, but at some point in time I think there's going to be, you know, a reversion back to the mean here with the risk reward ratio that you were talking about. I'm glad you called that out, John.
Yeah.
Nice catch.
Not that we're hoping. I mean, of course we're hoping this, everybody's got 100% winning days, winning trades, everything. That 82% winning trade percentage is going to be difficult to maintain, but you know, at twice the losses as the winners, you kind of need that to remain profitable. And that's, you know, putting up $2,000 with those numbers. This is an active trader. This is, I don't know if they're trading size or just taking a lot of smaller, short time frame trades, but they're doing it.
Yeah,
God bless.
Not too much size, and you hear me talk about, you know, it's very difficult to be active, an active scalper, long and short in the markets. You know, this is Anmar so far is proving to be kind of an anomaly to that. You know, but again, I think, you know, I wanted to feature this. It's really good so far. We're cheering him on, and hopefully he can sustain this. And heck, you know, those average daily P&Ls would probably be significantly larger if we tweaked, you know, the risk reward ratio. But we're looking at all this in hindsight. So this is what we've got to work with. This is what I wanted to feature, and, you know, keep it up. Keep it up. I hope you can.
Absolutely. 100%. Of course.
Yeah.
We want everybody to succeed.
We certainly do. We need good traders. With that, let's move on to the next one. Sine. So all of our featured traders today are
these win
not
rates
in the US of A.
Wow.
We've got Sine out of Morocco. Here we go again, kicking ass, 100% winning days, super high win rate of 93%. And this, unlike Anmar, you see the risk reward ratio, the average winners are, you know, about twice
the average loss.
That's a beautiful card.
Yeah. Like I said, I had a little fun with this one. Not a darn area for improvement.
Saw that.
Kick ass.
Well said.
The only thing I could suggest for this trader that might be an improvement is to size up.
I have you bring that up.
Good call, John.
Bring that up. We I know some of the questions that we didn't get to yesterday in the Q&A with Risk Manager when we did that 11 o'clock yesterday, but there's over the years, I've heard a lot of people ask about, you know, when's a good time to size up?
Right now.
When can I trade larger? When, you know, when's the right time to do that? And there's a number of different ways, and, you know, it's going to be different for certain people. I will commonly say there's not a one size fits all answer to that.
Right,
but
for sure.
A lot of people will base it off of, and Topstep here, you know, we have the scaling plan. The scaling plan is very simple. If your account is above this, you can trade that many contracts. If it's above that, you can trade this many contracts. And I think that's something good, something to consider. But I also, and we got to keep it simple for our traders here at Topstep. I don't think we could work this into our program, but for all the traders out there, I think the best way to justify increasing your size is consistent profitability. If I'm consistently making money, not only on a per trade basis, but a winning day basis, and I can do that over a period of time, that is the best justification you can have to increasing your size. If I'm profitable multiple weeks in a row, then whether it's $50 on the week or $50,000 on the week, if I'm consistently profitable on a weekly basis, I owe it to myself to increase my position sizing because it's proven that what I'm executing in the markets, my strategy that I'm implementing, is consistently working. And if it's consistently working, you can size up. And then if and when you size up, if your strategy stops working, you scale it back and try to string together a couple more consistent winning weeks. But I think looking at it on a weekly basis is super important and not on a daily basis, because we could have 3 winning days in the week, Monday through Wednesday, or 4 winning days in the week, Monday through Thursday. And then we're like, oh, I'm consistently profitable. I'm going to go size up and probably, okay if you're doing it on a small size increase, but if you say, oh, all of a sudden I'm going from trading 5 contracts to 15 contracts, and then you have that 5th day being your losing day, you could wipe out a week pretty easily doing that.
Just going to say that you don't want to size up too quickly, because adding that risk will have some effect on your decision-making process.
Yeah,
for sure. And I think, small increments of increasing your position sizing is the best way to do it. Anytime we're doing something new in trading, be it holding a trade for a longer time frame than we're used to, or trading size that we haven't yet traded, it's definitely an uncomfortable thing. So the smaller increments you do that, the more comfortable you'll be. And if you're consistently profitable, you've got that confidence pushing you. So that's, I think, the best way to do it. In your experience, and maybe this is more geared, John, I know you were independent on the floor. Andre, you being at a prop firm, what would they tell you as far as increasing your size? What did that look like?
Exactly like John said, the risk manager would come up and say you should be trading size. We always we were default, like you had your default size. So back it was $0 at the time, so I was a 100-lot default trader at the time. And if they notice you're on a hot streak, hey, you should be up into your size right now. You're seeing the markets are good, so they tell you go to 150 or go to 200, go to 200. We'll widen your loss limits as well. But right now you're seeing the markets well, so you're kind of holding yourself back you're missing out on profits, so it kind of gets in your head a little bit. But yeah, they would tell you, look, we're upping it by 50%, we're going to up it by 200, or they would tell you, I could always do a 200-lot, 300-lot if I had to. But they say you need to up your default size right now because you're clearly seeing the markets well right now. So yeah, exactly like John said.
When it's working, press. I always tell people, if
and trust me, you'll know when it stops working. You'll go back to, I'll go back to my 100 lots and stuff.
Very quickly.
Very quickly. But yeah, why step on the gas while it's hot?
Yeah, us as traders, the more nimble you are, and you can see that you're feeling it well, whether it be your risk manager at your prop firm, or just seeing consistent profitability. When it's working, you put the pedal down, and when it's not working, be very quick to pump the brakes.
There you go. Yep. Shifting gears, I call it.
Shifting gears, yeah. Different analogy. Saying the same thing.
Same thing.
Yeah, the prop firm that I was at, they were always, trade bigger. I know. Trade bigger. It was part of the reason I left. I just wasn't built for it. And so, I just took the show on the road after a little while.
Some prop firms have different motivations for wanting their traders to trade bigger too. It's not always for the profit split. There's rebates and volume incentives that are kicking there too.
Yeah, and it's different for everybody. I think about my time when I was clerking down on the floor in the wheat pit. There was a guy who, it had been mentioned to me that this guy, I won't name names, but was, a very, very good trader. He was not a big trader, but he was a very consistently profitable trader. He had his own comfort zone. He stayed in there. I remember one time I was going to try and check a trade with him. I was like, we paid we paid whatever for 100. It was 100-lot. I was checking with him, and he laughed out loud and was like, he's like, not a frickin' chance. That is my acronym on that card. He's like, I'll never have 100-lot on. He was a smaller trader, but people, even the larger traders who took bigger risk would say, he's I talked to a couple of them and I heard from a couple of them that, he's solid. He's a very good trader. He stayed in his comfort zone. His swim lane was not taking size. And, for some people. Some people have big risk appetites, others don't. He didn't have a big risk appetite, and I'm sure if he, was trading outside of the size that he was comfortable with, his performance would not be what it was, and you wouldn't have heard other traders saying that, so and so is really great at what they do.
Right. My dad always said, not everybody's built to be a 100-lot trader.
Yeah, and I have my own risk tolerance with my own stuff. When I was at the prop firm, I scaled up and I was comfortable with what I was doing. We talk about these big winning days. I'm not embarrassed to say, I haven't had a winning day breaking over 5 figures. Had a lot of $9,000 or something winning days, but never broke above that, was never aiming for it. I traded the size that I traded in the market environment that I was comfortable with. And, sometimes it was trying to, flip 10 lots. Sometimes it was 50. The one time I got bit really good, I had over 300 on, and that was the biggest loss I had. Here I am, risk manager, but my biggest losing trade was bigger than my biggest winning trade. So stuff happens, you learn from it, and like I've said before, I'm good at learning from my mistakes. That certainly didn't happen again. I broke my rules. And
what else you got?
I got Zinru M. Someone we might not have spoken about him earlier, but this is someone who's almost always on our radar. We have put them in a live account before. They're trading out of an XFA here. 100% winning days, kicking ass.
Unreal.
92% winning trades, kicking ass.
These guys are unbelievable.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. And Zinru's almost got, he's got a 2.5 to 1 risk reward ratio. So active trader, because their average daily P&L is $2,400, but if their average winning trade's only $250, means they're probably putting up 10
winning trades.
10 winning trades a day.
Yeah.
So the theme of the day is kicking ass and taking
Sure is. 100%. 100%. Wow.
Feeling spicy this morning.
Nice. Is it okay if I call him Zin Rum?
John, it's been a while since we shared the captain.
Yes.
I know you brought that up yesterday. John and I used to have a Friday theme, Friday party, where we might have a happy hour before we left the office, back when we were over in the West Loop, not in the Board of Trade building.
Just like the trading floor days.
Yeah.
It was a long right there, John. Fuck. Sorry.
Yep.
Are we still trading around the lows in the NASDAQ?
Yeah, it looks like there's well, I don't know. If you look at the 30-minute, it looks like we're pulling up to a level. I don't know.
Okay.
Go on, sorry.
S&P is just traded close to the low.
That's what I was looking at.
Not so close to the
S&P,
low right now, but
okay.
All right, cool. Sorry.
Don't forget, folks. We have Justin Werlian coming on at for Power Players at 11 o'clock. Should be a lot of fun.
They love him.
Going to be
nice.
He's going to be hosting him, a tactical trader, and his Discord, and we will look forward to that. All right, what else you got there, Mick?
I've got one other trader I want to talk about. This is a little bit less about kicking ass and a little bit more about tap on the shoulder. Can we pull up and talk about Jordan C? Jordan C is trading out of the Down Under, Sydney, Australia.
Talk about some latency.
We okay on the latency audio?
Oh no, I'm talking about there's got to be some latency issues from Australia.
No, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe.
Anyways, let's dive in. Jordan, from what I've seen, is a typical swing for the fence trader. They are profitable in their express funded account. Average daily P&L pans out to $1,200 a day. Yesterday was their 10th trading day in the account. They're at 30% winning days. 3 notable, very large winning days, which Jordan, shout out to you on these: a $9,700 winning day, $7,600 winning day, and then almost hit 16,000 when he put up 15,869 bucks.
Nice.
So obviously, when you're putting up days that big, you're going to be in good shape. The losses are limited to the $3,000 daily loss limit. But Jordan did have a 7-day losing streak. No, it wasn't a 7-day losing streak. I think it was a 6-day losing streak of $3,000 or more. And, you know, to a younger trader out there like Jordan, it's nice to know that you can put up big winning days like that. Obviously, the math is on the side because you're knocking it out of the park on the winners, but we really should be thinking about increasing our win rates on the trades, which will turn into a higher percentage winning days in the account overall. It's difficult for us to see someone, granted they are profitable, it's difficult for us on the risk team to see someone, you know, losing 3,000 or more with the slippage on an account 6 days in a row and think that, you know, they are going to have a good shot at long-term success, be it on a live account or their own personal account or elsewhere. So this is kind of, you know, sharing with other people out there. We see something like that. It's concerning, and they're profitable, but there's still some concerns around that. So I just kind of wanted to, you know, end the segment today talking about that. And Jordan, I do have a shout out for you because you're profitable. Look at those losing days. Think about what you can do to limit them. But again, you know, Jordan might be watching saying, you know, what the heck is Mick talking about? Look at my account balance.
Right.
You know, this is someone who's been in, you know, people like Andre, Hogue, myself, Brett, Michael, you know, we see this and it's like, you know, there's something to be done about that.
Yeah. The long-term
be conscious of it.
Exactly.
Yeah, because if this continues and you can't put up 9,000 in a day, 16,000 in a day, then you're really just grinding your account out, and it could happen in very short order.
Yeah, Jordan, please, you know, you get 7 losing days and streaks of losing days. Take a day off, review. You know, one of the things about this is the less you lose, the more you're going to end up making in the long run. That's right. Great that you're able to hit these home runs. You know, still, I mean, at 30% winning days, if this was a batting average, you'd be doing great. But you know, all those strikeouts, something's up with the swing.
Yeah,
there you go. Well said.
Jordan's one of the few people that actually puts a profile picture on their Topstep profile. Looks like
nice.
A young guy, about the same age I started when I was trading. So a lot of room for growth, a lot of things to learn. And, you know, you learn from mistakes. Not that I'm saying he's making mistakes, but there's always areas to be improving. And even wildly successful traders are always looking for areas to improve and get better. So Jordan, there's some areas to work on, and you know, keep putting up those big winning days. That's going to make your life a lot easier. But let's look at the downside. We got to manage our downside first and foremost.
100%.
Great stuff. People, hey, Mick, people really love this shoulder tap segment, man. So you keep bringing the heat. You're doing great.
I appreciate it. Thanks. I love the shoulder tap segment. I'm slurring my words. Shoulder tap segment.
Last night.
Segment. I love it. And I love that Q&A with the risk manager. I was talking to our production team yesterday about like, hey, that was fun. I want to do it more. I love fielding the questions. So if you're watching during the segment, send them in. Sometimes they get conveyed over to me, and we'll just keep it going. I'm an open book.
Yeah, we've got a whole long list of them already, and we will work our way through them over time.
All right.
Awesome stuff.
I enjoyed it too, Mick. That was fun.
Thanks for your time, Mick.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right.
John, 4390s, man. 4390s.
Yep.
Took forever, but we got there.
Yep. Yeah, now we're testing the overnight low in the
Yeah, I got long.
Did you?
See.
Yeah, I got 3 strikes, so I'm out.
Long from 88.
Mick, thank you. Mick, thank you very much, buddy.
Yeah, thank you, Mick.
Yeah, you got taken out. All right.
Take care.
You too, bud. All right. We're going to take a brief coffee break and be ready for Power Players with Eddie and Justin. And
awesome.
Tactical Trader. We're going to looking forward to seeing that. And then, of course, I'll see you at noon for group coaching. Andre, pleasure trading with you today. I didn't do very well. But you know, that happens. We'll try again tomorrow.
You got it, buddy. I'll see you in the morning.
Yep. Have
All
a
right,
good one,
thank you, everybody.
Bud. Yep. Don't start drinking yet.
Okay, when should I start? It's not noon yet.
Maybe about 1.
All right, deal. Later, guys.
He says, all right, now.
Bad influences. Take care, guys.
All right. Yeah, we'll see you in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your coffee break. Get yourself something to drink and enjoy the session. Again, Power Players with Eddie and Justin. We'll see you then.
Welcome back, and we are in our segment called Power Players with Justin Werlein. And Justin, how are you today?
I'm great. How are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you very much for stepping up to the plate and coming on here and sharing some of your experience and knowledge with us.
Of course.
Justin, you started the community called Tactical Traders,
yes,
which is based, focused on building self-sufficient traders, building good habits, teaching students the proper way to trade around longevity. So that's pretty cool. And we're going to talk about that a little bit more. But let's start out. Tell us about yourself and who you are.
Yeah. So my name is Justin. I grew up in the Bay Area, started trading in my freshman year of high school. So I currently live in Boise right now in Idaho. We moved here around 4 years ago, but I started my trading back in freshman year of high school when I was in California. Took me around 2.5 years to really start to, figure out what was wrong and really kind of get past that phase where everybody is just the dreadful phase early on and really figuring out the rights and wrongs of everything. But I currently live here and possibly looking to probably move to Miami soon or somewhere down there.
Oh, you get some sun.
Yeah,
some
absolutely. Yeah, it's getting too cold here.
Where are you right now?
Boise, Idaho.
Okay, Boise, Idaho. We're very close. We're very close neighbors here in Chicago. And I know what you're talking about. We get the hottest of hot and the coldest of cold.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I tell you, move to Florida, you're going to be all right. Justin, what led you to pursue a career in trading? What was the bug that sort of caught you?
I hated the idea. I hated being told what to do as a kid. Like I was one of those kids where it took me a long time to realize this, but even like when my parents would tell me to do stuff or my teachers or stuff, I didn't like being bossed around. I've always wanted to work for myself, whatever that was be. My parents always thought I was good at communicating and like talking to people. And they always say I'm good at getting my way. But what kind of led me to trading was I remember seeing, I think at the normal way that young people get into trading, they see social media, they see a bunch of people making a bunch of money. Right. They're like, oh, wow, I want to do that. And then you soon kind of find out that it's not as easy as you thought. But the first thing that kind of let me into it was the idea of being able to work for myself, being able to have the freedom of working wherever I want to work and not being like strapped down to a 9 to 5. Like that, my worst nightmare in life is having to rely on somebody else for my happiness, my paycheck, like my living expenses, anything like that. And I didn't want to have to live like that.
I mean, that's something a lot of us, are working towards is, you don't have to worry about the man. You just got to worry about yourself. Absolutely. And, how you do it. And we saw that a lot too. In electronic trading, locals on the trading floor where they were self-reliant and, failure had to be at a minimal. You had to pay the bills. You had the mortgage. You had the car payment. You had to feed
a lot more on the line.
Well, it's a lot. The stress level is very high there, but I give credit to all those people that do that, especially
absolutely.
You leading a community too, doing that. Now, what's the preferred markets that you're trading in, and why?
Yeah, great question. So I just probably in the last 2 months have like completely made a final decision of like I only pretty much strictly trade ES and NQ now. So NASDAQ and S&P minis. So the reason why it took me over 4 years to get to the point where I only trade ES and NQ now. And so originally in my journey, my first 2.5 years, 2.5 years of my career, I only traded options. So I traded options and I didn't find success. Like it was on and off, kind of break even that last, like on the edge of the end of the second year. But what my problem was with options is, number one, it was very hard for me to manage risk. The problem when I traded options was I knew where the market was going. I had conviction for a setup. And when I would take it, it would, maybe take too much longer. And then, delta would start to kick in and theta would kick in and my contract prices would go down. So even if the setup was good, my risk was always a little bit skewed, and I didn't know my risk going into the setup because I don't know how the premium is gonna affect itself. So that kind of started to push me off of options because it was very hard for me to manage risk. And when I looked at futures, when I saw it was a tick basis and like I'm actually trading the chart itself, because with options, you don't know how the premium of the contract, depending on, you know, if you're trading at the money or whatever the strike price is, right? So you don't know how the contract is going to change based off that. But with futures, it's already set in stone. So before you even enter the trade, you know what your win is, you know what your loss is going to be. And I think that's one of the most important parts is, number one, you don't have to worry about any of the Greeks anymore. So like any thought in your head of like you're constantly worrying about how is this going to affect premium, you don't even need to worry about. So that's honestly the main reason why I switched. But the other reason is because I get to know my risk before entering, and I think that's so important.
It is very important. Now, I'm told you use the ICT concepts with your own models. Can you break that down, the IC concept, and then how you use these?
Yeah, so the way that I like to think of is I trade ICT concepts, and I like to use concepts to kind of form my own high conviction model. So basically, I use ICT is pretty much just a way of viewing price action. So I use fair value gaps. You want to understand the draw and liquidity, buy side and sell side of the curve, market maker models, understanding the draw and liquidity, stuff like that is pretty much how I see the market. And then using all of those concepts, I have models that I look for, which is kind of like step-by-step lists of what I need to see.
Okay. Now, let me ask you about, I know that we sort of watch The Wire. We're sort of Johnny on the spot when it comes to, hey, there's numbers coming out here or something breaking news. We're always sort of digging a little deep. How do you stay up to date on the market trends and news?
So are you talking about like FOMC, CPI, stuff like that?
Yeah, stuff over the wire.
Yeah. So every day, always checking what high impact news is going to happen. Do we have, members speaking? Do we have Powell? Do we have CPI, consumer sentiment, whatever it is? Always make sure I know what it is going into the day. If it's something high impact like FOMC or CPI, I'll basically tell the Discord or tell the team, either I'll decide whether I want to even trade that day. First of all, like a lot of the things that I teach is, you have to have the discipline to make the decision for yourself, whether you know most likely going into this day that it's going to be lower conditions. Like it's going to be lower probability conditions. It's up to you to make that decision if you're going to continue to trade it or not. So there's days where I will trade news events and I'll lower my size. But a lot of the times I'm looking at Forex Factory, watching to make sure what I know is the news going into the day. What time is it at? Should I be waiting for the news before taking a trade? Is it okay for me to take it before the news or after the news, right? A lot of it is trying to figure out how it aligns with structure as well. Because a lot of the times when I go on live, I'll make sure, okay, hey, we have news at 10 o'clock consumer sentiment, market's looking like we want to come up to buy side. And maybe have a manipulation move to set us up for a PM move or a later move after news. And that's kind of like the way that I like to set about it, because depending on the news, if we have high impact news, I know it's gonna bring momentum into the market, and I know that the news and the algorithm is already going to book price to where it wants to go. So I'm waiting for news to then give me confirmation to possibly have more efficient price action and stuff like that.
Right. It's gonna give you the attention of saying, like you mentioned, should I trade before? Should I trade after? I tell you, with these numbers that come out, I'm surprised a lot of traders actually say, no, I don't pay attention to the eco calendar.
Yeah.
But it's I tell you, it's always better to be safe than sorry.
I 100% agree. 100%.
Yes. Now, Justin, if you can, walk us through your typical trading day from opening bell to closing bell.
Yeah. So normally I wake up an hour before market open. I'll go get coffee. I come back, check the markets. Coffee is a must. My Discord knows it too. It's a joke in our community.
Right.
But get some coffee first thing, check the charts. And first thing I do is I always do a top-down analysis. So the leading up to the morning of the previous night, every single night we do charting sessions in our community. So we'll basically go over all the trades that we took that day, why I took them, what was my thought process, and then what we're automatically looking at going into tomorrow. So before going into the day, I already most likely know what my bias is because the night before we go over it. But in the morning, I'll send out a pre-market plan. I'll check the charts and say, okay, the first thing in my strategy of what I want to understand going into a day is what are my higher time frame PD arrays? What's the overarching draw on liquidity on a bigger time frame? Where do I think market wants to go based off of, what is being respected, what imbalances are we in, what model are we in, recognizing where structure is on a bigger time frame. Then I zoom in and I want to see if I can find an area where I could have a high conviction trade lining with my high convicted overarching bigger time frame bias. So I'll zoom into a smaller time frame, mark out my buy side, sell side liquidity, try to recognize what structure wants to do. Are we accumulating? Are we in a distribution phase? And then from there, a lot of the times what I'll basically say to my team is I normally always say this. I always say wait for structure. And most of the time when I do wake up, it's not like immediately jumping in long, like a lot of what I need is it to be the exact moment. So I think a problem is a lot of traders will come into the market and right when they see some sort of move, they're itching to put on a trade. They're jumping because they want to catch the move. And a lot of what I wait for in my setup is I strictly focus on the patience aspect of waiting for structure to show me exactly what has to happen first before entering a trade, right? So making sure all of my biases align, making sure that, ES and NQ are aligned. It's in my favor. If I'm bullish, I want to see us, respecting bullish PD arrays, disrespecting bearish PD arrays, and showing, a strong move in efficient markets towards theirish, and then and then that's when I zoom into an even smaller time frame and I look to get a fair value gap entry to target whatever the opposing liquidity pool is.
Right. Sort of like a Google Earth, you
exactly,
see that big picture and, then you zoom in and, I do the same. I know Hogue does the same. It gives you an idea of where the possibilities can happen, and then you want to make sure that you get in a little closer. I mean, I even use the dome to get even closer to see, who's winning that close tug of war.
Exactly. And the markets are completely fractal. So you look at one time frame, you zoom in, and then you're going to see similar models. Is the more you zoom in, and like you said, every time frame that you have, there's always going to be a different bias based off of how far out you go, how zoom in you are, and it's understanding when those all align is when you're going to get the best setups.
Right. I had posted, and I think one of our producers posted Justin's YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter. So. Check out his YouTube. Make sure you like and subscribe. And the Instagram link is there, and also the Twitter link is there. Now, Justin, I tell you, tell us a little bit about this community that you have.
Yeah. So I started this community back in January, and the kind of main reason for it is I truly believe a lot of things that held me back in my journey in my trading career was joining communities, Discord communities early on and being constantly fed bad habits, constantly being fed bad strategies. And the problem is a lot of these communities out there are signals. Is people want to, the people that get into trading, they don't want to learn. They don't want to put in the effort to actually understand what they're doing. They want to be spoon-fed. And that is the problem with why traders fail, in my opinion, is because early on, it takes so long for them to get out of those bad habits that have been imprinted on them from such an early time, at least for me, and I think a lot for other people. So the reason I created this community is to not spoon feed. My whole goal is to build self-sufficient traders by teaching the reality of what trading is. I don't care to market and be like, oh, look at this, we made so much money today. I don't care how much money you made, really. I want to know, did you follow your rules? I want to know, did you follow your setup? How much size did you do? Were you over leveraged? Were you patient going into the day? Win or lose, that's what I want to focus on and care about. So in this community, we're not focused on making money. What we are focused on is building good habits, being patient, being disciplined, because those things are what is going to make you last long in this game. If you're focused on making money, quick, easy money, it's not going to happen. You're going to let emotions take over. Everything like that is going to happen, and you're going to get absolutely wrecked. So the goal with this community is coming in every single day with a good mindset, good strategy, being patient, being disciplined, only taking good setups, and seeing the outcome.
All right. Now, tactical traders. I mean, it's badass. Is any story behind the name?
There's not really. I wish I had a better story. I mean, the story is I was just trying to figure out names and like stuff that rhymed, and I was like, "Well, we're traders," and I was like, "Wait, tactical? Like we're tactical traders? Like we're very strict on what we need," and it was just the perfect name. And from there on out, it's always been tactical traders.
It's cool. It's cool. It's a cool name. So the links are in the chat. Check it out.
Yes.
Now, we've all got strengths. We've all got weaknesses. What are some of your strengths and what are some of your weaknesses that you're working on?
Yeah, great question. So I would say some of my strengths would be I've gotten to a level of emotional maturity, I think, in my career after trading for almost 5 years now, where I've become so adjusted with the size that I trade, where I'm super calm, I'm super collected. It really takes a lot for me to really get flustered when I'm trading. And people that like watch me trade, like even my members can attest. I'm not like there to show off or like make content where it's like, oh, let's go. Well, I'm all out. Like, it's super calm, cool, collected. Like, I want you guys to understand the reality of how you need to be trading. I'm not here to put on a show. I'm not here to advertise for anything else to join my community. I'm showing you how you need to behave to protect yourself in the future. And this is the reality. So a lot of my strengths, I would say, is being able to stay calm, even when taking losses. I think being able to lose is the biggest part.
Right.
I think also one of my strengths is I'm very confident with if you know ICT, the draw on liquidity. So I think I'm very confident in understanding where the market wants to go and based on liquidity. And then I would say some of my weaknesses are sometimes after I enter a position, there's times where I'll want to add to that position. So a lot of the ways that I trade is kind of like pyramiding into entries. But there's times when it's being able to recognize when and when not to do that. So I think that's kind of a little bit of a struggle that I need to fix, which is understanding when and when not to scale more into your winners based off of how the conviction that you have on the setup.
Okay. Now, I mean, a lot of traders obviously have to deal with, risk management. And I believe personally that management sort of, if you can't manage yourself, you're not going to be able to manage your account. Now, how do you manage risk in trades?
Yeah. So basically, the way that I manage risk is, number one, RR is always going to be important. I always am never going to trade less than 1-to-1 RR. Like if you trade 1-to-1 RR, that's completely fine if you have the win rate for it. And that's just something that you have to figure out as a trader. But for myself, a lot of the times I have confidence in my entries and confidence in where I want the market to go. So a lot of the times I'm letting my winners run to my FAR PTs. So my risk is at least, most of the time, I want to be at least 1 to 2.5 or 1 to 3 for when I enter. My average contract size, my full position size is normally around 6 contracts. And then my lighter size is normally around 3 contracts. But a lot of the time when I enter, I'm waiting for very precise entries. Like a lot of the people know in my Discord, like I wait for the perfect moment, exactly what I need to see. I don't like taking drawdown. I want it to be like, if I enter, the market should go straight to my TP. Like that's kind of who I am as a trader, because I like to see like we were talking about earlier, being able to understand fractal markets, zooming in, saying, okay, this chart looks like it wants to do this, zooming in again. Okay, this chart looks like it wants to do this, zooming in again. And then once all of those align, everything should be exactly what needs to happen for the market to then move in an efficient manner. And that's what I normally wait for. So a lot of the times I'm not taking bigger time frame entries. I'm using the bigger time frame model and then zooming in even more to then get an even more precise entry.
So that's when you're seeing for a good entry, when you're sort of putting all the pieces together, things are lining up. Then you're getting a green light saying, okay, this is an opportunity where I could put a trade on. Correct?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay. Now, I know it's very important, and this sort of tags along with trading, is emotions. How important is emotional control in trading? And, like you said, your community, you're very laid back. How do you maintain emotional control when things are sort of getting out of hand?
Great question. It all comes down to experience, in my opinion. I truly believe the more experience that you have with doing the same thing over and over and over again. The part where emotions come into play is when you start second guessing certain things. You don't have enough experience with whatever you're doing, where you'll start to get flustered. You'll start to second guess, oh, wait, should I take this off? Should I not take it off? And I think being able to control that is something that takes time. Now, one thing that I always like to teach, and I always talk about in our community as well, is you need to be focused on recognizing your own behavior, which I don't think enough traders do, because there is a part of you, there is a time where you will get flustered, you will get emotional. And that is the time where that is the best time to learn about yourself. Why am I getting flustered here? Okay, market's doing this. Am I over leveraged? Did I enter a setup I shouldn't have and I'm realizing it too late? When people start to get emotional in the markets, you have to be able to push your ego to the side and recognize, say, okay, I made this mistake. This is what I did wrong. This is what I need to do right. And be able to recognize why I was feeling that emotion. Because people come to me and they're like, Justin, I took this setup, but I'm so nervous. I'm so this. My number one I'm going to say is you don't have enough experience trading the model that you're trading. You don't have enough conviction with it. And number two, you're probably in too much size. You're risking more than you can afford to lose. And there's just things that over time you have to understand how you react, because everybody's different. Some people are better than handling it than others. And it's understanding yourself and how you react to that to then be able to fix it in the future.
All right. Now, you've been trading for nearly 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the questions we had today was, when did you finally start getting traction? Now, I mean, the number fluctuated. Everyone is different. When did you start to get traction and move forward with your trading?
Yeah, I would say last year. So all of last year, I would say was my biggest growth year. Actually, I wouldn't even say that. Every year is my biggest growth year, to be honest. Every single year is my biggest growth year. If you're focused, again, I think trading is one of those things you're constantly focusing on improving. But last year is when I really started to see like traction and numbers coming in where I was like, wow, I think I've actually done something here, and I think I'm getting to the point where I've wanted to be. So last year, I would say, so 3 years, I became mostly profitable at 2.5 years. I started to see, consistent, I was still kind of break even, but I was on the green side. And then after that, those next 6 months after that phase is when I started to really gain traction and the consistency started to show.
That's good. I mean, the objective of building confidence. I tell you, when you're starting out, you get knocked off that horse so many times,
hundreds of times,
hundreds and thousands. I mean,
yeah, a lot.
But the thing is, it's like, how quick can you get back on that horse? How quick do you want to get back on that horse?
Exactly. Yeah.
So it has to do with, what's inside, passion, desire.
Absolutely.
And, what I want to do and where I want to be. Now, let me ask you, as far as your trades, how many trades per day on average do you take?
On average, I would probably say 2 trades. So normally around 2 trades. I'm very picky with what I trade. Now there's times where I'll see a setup that might be what I would consider low quality, like a little bit lower quality. I mean, if I'm taking a trade, it must be at least something good. So I'll lower my size on those trades. But like, for instance, today I took 3 trades. We won all 3 of them because the market just gave us that opportunity, right? I don't know what I'm going to get going into the market. So it really depends on the day. If I see the opportunity that's given to me, I'll take it. If I don't, then I won't take a setup, right? I'm not going to force anything if there's really nothing in front of me. But on average, I would say around 1 to 2 trades.
Right. You're sort of a sniper, one shot, one kill. And we've got a lot of those people. And
I think it's important because sorry to interrupt. It does. And I think that's what's good about it is you have to practice that muscle, because when there's a lot of other traders that will like scalp throughout the day, like 20 trades. And if it works for them, it works for them. But I think one thing that they lacked is when you start trading so much throughout the day, I think people lose sight of what they're actually looking for. They're just looking at the market and thinking they see some sort of opportunity, when in reality, they're on their 19th trade trying to get back to green after they were green in the morning, but then switched red from overtrading. And then I think it just kind of, again, there's traders that trade like that, and that's great if they have the conviction for it.
Sure.
But the reason why I don't is because, again, I think building the patience and practicing that muscle is important for staying in the game in the long run.
Now, those 3 trades you did today, what were you looking at with those 3 trades today?
Yeah. Let me actually pull this up here and I can kind of explain it. So the first trade that we took was a long in the morning, and on NQ we had the previous Tuesday session high at around 154.12. So going into the morning, again, recognizing the model, recognize what's being respected. I noticed going into the day, we had that strong move that looks like we were going to gravitate towards new highs. Also recognizing we've been pumping the last couple of days. We've been super bullish, so I'm expecting us to probably make new highs. Again, this is when I zoom into a smaller time frame. I go into a 15-minute, and I notice we have an imbalance. In the morning, I waited for us to pull back into that imbalance, and I said on live too, I'm most likely expecting to see what happened yesterday, which was when we get going into the day when I saw that we were holding the bigger time frame imbalance and bouncing back to the upside. A lot of the times when market opens, we're going to go straight to whatever the objective is a lot of the time. So right when market opened, once I see the manipulation, which is the pullback back down to whatever that recent low is to stop out all those traders, and I see us then hold that area, that's when I'll enter back in long because I've seen what I need to see now. That imbalance has been retraced to, we were holding it. I enter in long, and then I got, how many points was this? And then we caught like 30 points up until that 412 level for longs. And then after that, I took another long at around 950, which was, again, almost the exact same model, just zoomed in on a 15-second time frame. And I took those longs to new highs again at 416. And then after that, I was pretty much called it there. But once I saw us starting to sell off, I was pretty confident that we were most likely going to go to London low. So once we get that displacement, I wait for the pullback at around 10:10 my time, and we pull back into that imbalance. I enter in a position, a small position, and then I slowly start to scale in on that short until we reach that London objective.
Okay, now Justin, have you ever experienced a significant loss in trading, and what'd you learn from it?
Absolutely. Oh, I don't think you're a trader if you haven't experienced some big losses like that. What did I learn from it? That I didn't think that I was as emotionally mature as I thought I was at the time. And I think what I learned from, and I also learned it from a buddy too, because I'll share this story because this is kind of ties into that same fail. I had a buddy who I started to learn trading with, who made like $300,000 one year. I think he was 18 years old at the time. So he was 18. He made like a little over or almost around $300,000 in a year. Wow. And the way that I was seeing him trade, I knew that he was doing, it wasn't going to last because he was very emotional. He didn't have consistent sizing. He didn't even have a stop. He had a mental stop. And I don't think that's good at all, because you can't trust yourself if you don't have that discipline. And he ended up calling me like a month after not speaking and basically told me he blew up everything in 1 week. $300,000 in a week at 18 years old, everything that he's made in the previous year, all done in a week, because leading up to that moment, he's been building bad habits. Now, again, that's why I always say, I don't care how much money you're making. All I care about is I want to know if that money is going to keep coming in, because I can tell just by looking at your trading if that money's a one-off or if that's going to keep coming in. And that's why I always say you should not be focused on making money, because there's some people and there's some traders in this community that you'll see who think are great traders because you see them making money, but behind the scenes, they're blowing up because they've been practicing. They're focused on showing you money. They're focused on making money. They're not focused on taking good trades. And that, I think, is a problem that a lot of people fall into. And that was my problem when I started taking big losses, is I was upping my size because I wanted to do big boy numbers. I wanted to show people that I could do it. But that is not, in my opinion, what showing your capabilities is. What showing that you're a good trader is consistently winning, consistently having small losses, consistently keeping your emotions low. And that is what makes a good trader. So the time that comes in, and the time when the time arises, that once you've built that habit and once you've kind of reprogrammed yourself to think in a longevity mindset, in this mindset, then you start to up your size over time to get adjusted to that control. And that is when you'll start seeing those numbers. So after that whole event, I started to completely not focus on making money. I said, I shouldn't care on making money. I should care about gaining experience, watching the market day in and day out, journaling all my trades, and making sure I'm following good habits.
Right. And the money will come.
The money will come. Absolutely. I always say this, guys, the money will freaking come. Trust me. If you are, it goes with anything in life. If you're focused on finding love, you're probably not going to find love. If you're focused on living your life, you might find it. You can't just come into the market and watch it every day and expect that to be the experience. You have to be actively looking for things. Just like I can say I've been to the gym every single day this year, but if I go to the gym, do 10 push-ups and leave, does that mean anything? Am I doing any work there? No, the consistency is there, but I'm not practicing and flexing that muscle to grow. It's the same thing with trading. You go into the day, you're focusing on those habits, and you will see your mind develop. It becomes a language to you. You're able to read it. You're able to replicate setups. And that is when you really, really, really see the growth.
Well said. Well said. Very well said.
Thank you.
How about stop losses? How do you use stop losses? Do you move them? Are they static?
Yeah.
Or something else?
No, great question. It depends on the trade. A lot of the times I'll move my stop. Most of the time, my first PT is when I'll move my stop. So I'll enter a trade, put my stop loss, put my PT. Once my first PT gets hit, the rest of my contracts go to break even. If I'm scaling into a position, then I'll slowly start to move my stop along the more in profit I am, and then until I get to whatever my biggest PT is. But a lot of the times I'll put one stop in, and then once my first PT gets hit is when I'll move my stop to break even.
It's the way to do it, man. It's the way to, do it correctly. Now, you probably got a lot of new traders that are following you in your community. If one sort of pulled you aside and said, hey, you got any advice to give me? What would you do, and what advice would you give someone who's new to trading?
Yeah. Okay. My advice for somebody coming in, I wish I could tell this to my old self too. My advice coming into trading is if you are 1 year, 2 years into this, you should not care a single bit to make $1 in this game. Do not be focused on proving people wrong. Do not be focused on making money to show other people. Do not be focused on living that dream, because when you're focused on the outcome of a process you haven't even started yet is when you're just gonna keep holding yourself back. Your first year, your first 2 years should be focused on experience, losing, winning, learning from losses, fail a lot. But don't position yourself to get hurt by those losses. So many new traders come in and they put their own capital in when they don't really know what they're doing, and they end up blowing up. And then they're automatically setting themselves in a hole to start their journey. Their journey hasn't even started yet, and they're already in a hole. So the advice that I say is your goal is focusing on learning, gaining experience, back testing, journaling, and slowly over time is when, again, start a Topstep eval. Don't trade your own account. Trade a Topstep eval so you have some form of risk on the table that you can get used to. Test ideas, test, all these things. Your first year should not be focused on making money, because again, the money will come. Once you program yourself to think like a profitable trader, to act like a profitable trader, is when you'll start seeing actual growth and consistency. You'll see the money come. Trust me.
Now, Justin, do you take time away from trading?
I do.
Take a break?
I do.
What do you do? I know that we've got, you make music.
I do make
Tell
music.
us about this. I want to hear about that. I love music.
I do make music. My whole family is big into music. My brother is an opera singer at Juilliard.
Wow.
So my whole family loves music. I love music. Like in my off time, I listen to like so much music. Like I just scavenge the internet and looking for cool stuff. But I do make music. I started making music last year, and if I could like kind of put a genre on it, it's very kind of psychedelic rock-ish a little bit.
Okay.
I like making an experience through music. Like I like to have you feel something when listening to it. So
what instruments do you play?
I play bass guitar.
Bass guitar. All right. Bass guitar. 5-string, 6-string?
It's a 4-string.
Okay, I thought you with the classical 4-string.
Yep.
You see a lot of musicians now with that 5-string, 6-string bass, and it's like, wow, that's
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, also, cooking. You cook.
I cook a lot, yes. And my Discord.
What's your favorite food?
Oh my god. Favorite food? I love any red meat. Like I love cooking steaks. I love fish. I don't think I could ever be a vegetarian. I really don't.
No, it's meat's a good thing. And yeah, I tell you, knowing how to cook is another bonus, especially
yes.
When you're on your own and stuff. And photography, boy, you got the multi-talented. What do you like taking pictures of?
I like street photography, so I like kind of going downtown or just the freedom of it is I like just taking anywhere. When I travel, I'll have a camera and I like kind of creating that experience so I can always look back on and seeing photos from, moments in my travels and moments in my journey in life. So a lot of the times I'll go downtown, whether it be during the day or at nighttime, and just find stories. Like find stories throughout, whether it be an open door with lighting coming out of it or, smoke coming out of the sewer, just kind of stories that when you look at an image, you're like, oh, what's going on here? It kind of makes you think a little bit.
See, there's the creativity in this man, ladies and gentlemen. It runs deep. And you like to golf. Golf and trading.
Love to golf.
I tell you, hand in hand.
Hand in hand for sure. Absolutely. Getting done in the morning. Well, it's getting too chilly now, but golfing after trading is heaven on earth.
Good stuff. Now Jack, our producer, he sent me a little note here. Does he like King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard?
I do. My roommate put me on King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Yes, I do.
I figured you might.
Yeah, I recommend. Have you listened to? Do you know who Sampha is?
No, I just got into this from like a friend of mine who's just obsessed. He goes and like travels around and watched 3 of their shows in a row and stuff like that.
That's fire. I recommend take a listen. Like my favorite album that has come out this year has been Sampha's album called Lahai. It is my favorite album this year. I think it's phenomenal, and it came out like 2 weeks ago. I highly recommend giving it a listen.
Shall do.
Cool. All right, Justin, appreciate you being with us here, and
Absolutely.
I hope you can make another venture here with us.
I'd love to have you. Yeah, I'd love to.
Cool. All right, and you know what? I noticed that you've got Frankenstein, the Universal.
I do
behind you. Do you love Monsters Universal?
No. So me and my dad collect like old movie posters. So like I have an old like antique Houdini poster with like all the handcuffs that he's got out of. I have an old like the Mummy poster that we have hung up. But yeah, kind of old movie stuff like that.
So the black and white movies. Your dad sounds like my dad. Turn you on to all the black and white stuff.
Yeah.
And I tell you, that's the best. I'm a Universal Houdini. Now I know you talk about those handcuffs. I think Copperfield's got the majority of the original Houdini props and stuff. And I tell you, that's got to be a cool collection.
Oh, for sure. I want to know the worth of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, Copperfield's, I guess you got to be like a millionaire plus.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it's just a matter of outbidding everybody at the auction.
Exactly.
So, but one last question, fun question. Yeah. Let's see here. Superhero power. If you could have any superhero power that ever was, or since you are very creative, what superhero power would you have?
Probably to travel in time.
Okay, like forward, back, both?
Forward and back. Actually, only back, and then back to where I am. I don't want to see the future.
You're probably right. I'm probably
only back.
That would be fun. That would be very fun.
Yeah.
I think I did a Funded Trader interview with somebody, and they said the same thing. We'll go back because I like history, but I don't want to go forward.
Yeah,
You know,
I don't want to see. I'm too scared to see what the world comes to in the next couple hundred years.
what's going to happen? What's going to happen? I
Who
don't know.
knows?
I don't know. Let's just say our prayers, keep our fingers crossed,
Exactly.
and be kind to your fellow human.
Absolutely, always.
You know? But Justin, before you leave, tell us once again about the Tactical Traders, how we can join it, how we can be part of the community.
Yeah, so you can find the link in any one of my socials. It'll be in my bio and in my link tree. We live trade every single morning at New York Open. I share my screen, share my chart, talk about what I'm looking at, why I'm looking at it, just everything, my whole plan. I'm actually about to post the recording from today's trading. If you guys want to look at we took 3 winners today, and I think I'm around like 6K on the day. So you guys can go back and check that if you want to watch it. But we do lives every morning and charting sessions every night. And I think that's the most important thing, is going back, reviewing the trades we took. Were they good trades? Were they bad trades? And then what we're looking at going into the next day as well.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, that's called doing the homework.
Absolutely. Most important part.
That. You know, it's just not shut it off. And, you know, I mean, you got to do that.
You got
to walk that extra mile. Right.
Absolutely.
Well, Justin, thank you very much for being with us here today.
Thank you so much for having me on.
It's been our pleasure. And like I said, I really hope we can get you on again. I mean, definitely.
I'd love to. Yeah, for sure.
This guy's a cool dude. You know, let's get him back here again. And all the best with your trading.
Thank you so much. You as well.
Let's keep in touch. What do you say?
Absolutely. 100% ready.
Right.
Have a good rest of your day, guys.
Thank you very much. You take care, man. All right, boys and girls. That was Justin. Justin with us here, Warline from Boise, Idaho, and the Tactical Traders community. So we got Top Quiz coming up here next. So until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn. Stay focused, stay positive, trade well, and take care. Top Quiz coming right up.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Top Quiz. I am Jack. I am joined today by Grace. Grace, what up?
Hello. How's everybody doing?
How's everybody doing out there? You doing good? Hope you are. Sorry, I asked a question that they can't respond to except in YouTube chat form, which is the best form of communication I've learned. Just nothing but pearls of wisdom coming through all the time.
Nice and quiet.
Nice and quiet. Well, today, Top Quiz, if this is your first time playing, either click the link that is pinned and submit the info, or go to kahoot.it and enter that pin at the top. Now, there will be 4 multiple choice questions. If you get 3 or 4 right, you are entered into a random drawing. We'll give away 10 free resets today. I will announce the winners at the end of group coaching. And now, because of my issues with Comcast yesterday, I have yet to email the winners from yesterday. So there's a double dose there. There's a delay between us talking, me and Grace, and you seeing it on YouTube. So be sure to look at your device. That is where the questions will pop up. The key is to answer the questions right. You get bonus points for fast, but we're doing a random drawing, so it doesn't really matter. It'll just be bragging rights on the screen. Dapper Doc wants to show yesterday's winners? Sure, I will do that during group coaching. Also, I feel like Dapper Doc might be like being held hostage or something. He's, blink twice. All right, so we'll get started in a few seconds here, giving people a chance to funnel in. Grace, how late did you stay out last night?
I think I headed home around 10. So not too late, but for a Tuesday, probably later than I normally would.
Oh, yeah. No, I was home by 9:30 and it was nice. Got to get up early to make this TopstepTV. It's resets today. If you guys prefer combines, I might be able to do that in the future. Always open to taking feedback. Okay. Are you guys ready to get started? Who's going to be last in? We got Ghost Cootie, Get Rich or Die By, Futures Phil. Remember, no 2-letter names. They're just not fun. Say something that makes me laugh without being highly inappropriate. Okay. Grace, are you ready to do this?
I'm ready.
Okay. Let's do it.
Let's.
Starting right now. We'll do concepts today. Okay, here we go. Kahoot at work. I guess people use this for like work presentations. 3, 2, 1. Question number 1. The longest bull market in the history of the S&P 500 began in what year? Was it 1948, 1967, 1987, or 2009?
What is it? I don't know.
Well, you can think about, what decade were we doing pretty well in the stock market?
It's not going to be 2009.
Yeah, it was 1987.
All right.
I am a child of the 90s. That's actually the same year I was born. So it was nice. The bull market lasted pretty much right until the early 2000s and then crashed again right as I was getting out of college. So that was fun.
Perfect. Worked out great for you, huh, Jack?
Yeah. Taking the feedback. I'll give out combines tomorrow. Always good. All right. Next, we'll see. Remember, this is just for bragging rights here. Fiery Eyes with 2 R's. Hoopthritis. Black Swan. Rob's Ham Sandwich. Hope that's doing good.
Rob's Ham Sandwich. Love it.
If you think it started in 2009, let me know. From what I've seen, looked it up, it's the 12-year one in, whatever. It's the answer I said. I'll go and look it back, and if the answer is right, I will give it to you. Don't worry about that. All right. Next question. When sending an email, BCC stands for what?
Oh.
Base code copy, backup computer copy, blind carbon copy, or baby come back copy?
Baby come back? No, it's not that one. I am pretty sure I know this one, living in the world of corporate America. I think it's blind carbon copy.
It is indeed. Grace, I have a couple for you today that are
Perfect.
for you. All right.
Thank you, Jack.
All right. Let's see who knows email. McFly, Plutarch, Ham Sandwich, Minai, 03. Okay. 2009 is 13 years. I recall something happening in 2020. Just saying.
Just a small
market break that happened in 2020. So I don't think it's 13 years. Come on, guys. All right. Next question. It is 1987. If you think it's extending from 2009 until 2022 or 2021, it's not. Okay. I'm going to stop on that track. Third question. You just Googled it. Great.
No cheating.
Yeah, the transfer between buyer and seller for the physical delivery of a CME crude oil future occurs where? Houston, Texas, Cushing, Oklahoma, Galveston, Texas, or Gulfport, Mississippi?
I feel like this one was not for me.
It wasn't specifically for you.
Yeah. I am going to go with Houston. I don't really know. Just a guess.
It's close. It's a decent guess. It is Cushing, Oklahoma, where the WTI crude futures are delivered. All right. Let's see who knows crude.
Tark.
Someone points out that we've had this question before. It's good. I can't keep track of all the futures questions I asked, but I did before. It was Cushing then, like Cushing now. So if you knew it, good for you. Not a lot of movement on the board for bragging rights here. I should really stop involving myself with the questions here. But go look at the specs for a crude oil future. It's delivered in Cushing, Oklahoma. All right. don't so confident in being wrong sometimes. All right. Last question. Ray Tomlinson is credited with sending the first email between two computers in this year. Was it 1961, 1971, 1981, or 1991? You can wait a few more seconds here. I spaced these out enough that there might be some clues. What do you think, Grace?
I could be wrong, but I'm going to go with 91.
Oh, no. It was way back. It was 1971.
Oh.
It was the first email.
The first email. All right. Well,
yes.
Something new every day.
Sent by good old Ray Tomlinson. So with that, and remember, if you got 3 or 4 right, you are entered to win. And I will reveal the winners during group coaching at some point today. But this leaderboard here is just for bragging rights. I say that because you'll get emails that I won, but that's just not the way we do it because a lot of people end up on the top, the same people all the time. So let's see for bragging rights if there's any entertaining names here. 90 bid even, third place. Second place, we got Remtree 44, and in first is Plutarch.
Wow.
Plutarch. Well, Grace, thank you very much.
Yeah, happy to be here.
For joining today. Always a pleasure to have you. Hope you'll come back maybe on, what did we decide on last night? Like Thursdays in the future? Thursdays?
Yeah, I'll be back.
Okay.
See you next week.
Let's do it. All right. Well, stay put, strap back, get ready because we got group coaching coming up with Hogue after a quick break here. Hope you stick around for that because it's got all sorts of good nuggets coming out of it. So Grace, have a good day. Hope you're all doing great out there. And we'll be back in a few minutes with Hogue. Talk to you then.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Topstep's group coaching session. We like to call Let's Crush 2023. Won't be long. We'll be looking at 2024. I just can't believe how fast time is going. Seems the older I get, the faster time goes. My name is John Hoagland. I'm senior performance coach here at Topstep. 40 years of industry experience, 31 years as an active trader. I traded on the floor of the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 20 years and migrated to screen trading in 2009. And I joined up with Topstep in 2011. And hopefully I've been able to help thousands of traders from all over the world since then. And that's the goal here is we'd love to see your success. Of course, This is the CFTC disclaimer. Everything we discuss today is for educational purposes only. We're not going to be even talking about the purchase or sale of any particular product or security at this time. Just reminds us that there's considerable risk in futures trading. These are leveraged products. You run the risk of losing more than your initial investment. We should only be using risk capital. And to me, risk capital is money that I can afford to lose. It also states that hypothetical and simulated performance results have certain limitations. The biggest limitation to me is the fact that there's no accountability, no rules, and no consequence. Getting in the trading combine gives you that real feel, gives you that opportunity to find out how you're going to react when there is actual skin in the game, and we'll look forward to your success and getting you funded. All right, we're going to start with the questions. I'm going to take this screen and kind of cover it up here with this screen while we are taking the questions. I do have some emailed in questions. It is difficult to kind of keep track of all the questions in the chat, and hopefully we'll get to some of them this morning. Again, if you want to make sure that your question is answered, email it to groupcoaching@topstep.com, and then those will be the first ones that I answer for everybody. And I, again, remind you that nobody knows everything. I certainly don't. If there's something that I can't answer, I'm going to be very honest with you, tell you it's not a tool, it's not something that I'm familiar with, and it gives us the opportunity at that time to perhaps learn something together. So we will look forward to seeing the questions. I've kind of gone through them a little bit, and the first one is from Michael. Thank you for the question, Michael. He just wanted to ask you what additional resources would there be for a crash course in market profile in addition to the masterclass that's currently on our YouTube page. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Just wanted to reinforce the concepts, perhaps a resource that would talk about where opportunities are in the market profile. Well, Michael, the market profile is a context tool. It's not really an indicator. It's not going to say buy here, sell there. It just gives us an idea of the context of the market. Is the market range bound? Is it leaving range? Is there a continuation in play? All of those things. And it is a study. It is a lifelong study. I've been studying it for a long time. And the masterclass was really just the tip of the iceberg as far as the knowledge of market profile is concerned. And there's lots of really good resources out there. Anything that you can watch by James Dalton or Pete Stottlemyre on YouTube. I mean, Pete Stottlemyre's the grandfather of the market profile. Jim Dalton I call him the godfather of the market profile. And he wrote a couple of books that I think are really the most important books that I've read in trading. Without them, I'm relatively sure that I would be probably doing something else at this point and have been doing something else other than trading a long time ago. So this is one of them. It's called Mind Over Markets. I bought this in 1990, I think, when a friend of mine, when I was a prop trader in the pit and really just kind of floundering, he came up to me after the close one day and stuck this book, not this particular one, but he stuck his copy under my arm, under my trading jacket, and he said, "Go take this book home and read the first 100 pages tonight. Bring this copy back, and then go get your own copy." And there's a kind of a revised version of it that's available now. This is the original version. I would suggest getting the revised version of the book and just start reading it. It's a textbook. It's not an easy read. It's not like reading a novel or something, but by the time you get to page 100, you'll have a much better idea of the concept of the market profile, its construction, and some of the things that it's telling you, and then just keep reading. Once you're through with that, go to markets and profile. I think that Mr. Dalton actually prefers markets and profile to mind over markets. It's more updated information. And so those are, I mean, two of the, I think, most important resources for market profile information that you can find. I've heard that if you search long enough on the internet, there is a free downloadable version of the original text from Mind Over Markets on the internet. I've heard, I'm not sure, but that might be a good place for you to start. I was looking on our YouTube page, and there was a 2-day class that I did a while back where it was, I mean, the first one was very similar to the market profile masterclass that's on there now. And then there was a second one that I can't seem to locate on our YouTube page that was about the auction process. And when you're looking at the market profile, really what you're getting is a picture of the auction process, where price is showing acceptance over time, where it's been showing a rejection over time. And the ability to recognize that and to be able to monitor the auction process over time is really the most important thing that the market profile can provide for you. Again, it's not an indicator. It's not going to say buy here, sell there. It's really just a tool. It's a picture of the market. It's giving you market generated information, and that market generated information, it happens in real time. So it's not like a lagging indicator. Things change in the profiles, things change in the markets, and hopefully over time, the market profile will help you recognize when things aren't changing much in the marketplace and when things are changing in the marketplace. So I think that for now is the best resource, but there's no short path to gaining knowledge about the market profiles. It's learning how they're put together, learning about the different day types, learning about some of the special situations, and expanding your knowledge of the auction process is really what's most important, I think, about what the market profile brings to the table for traders. Yes, in case anyone didn't quite see the book, again, thanks, Em. It's Markets and Profile. It's Markets in Profile, not and Profile. And the other one, of course, was Mind Over Markets. So, yes, there no there's again, there's no short way. And as we were talking on the broadcast today with Deanna, there's no end. There's no I've gotten there. There's no destination for your journey in trading. Your destination is a continuing opportunity to learn and grow and get better and get to know yourself and markets even better and better over time, so that hopefully you can remain profitable over time. But again, the path to success in trading is never going to be a straight line. It is a very squiggly, very twisted, very crazy line. I think I talked a while back on the group coaching session about, you can go to an amusement park and you can do something that just kind of goes round and round like the Ferris wheel, or you can get on the roller coasters. If you're going to be a trader, you better be ready to be on the roller coaster, because there's really good times and there's going to be really tough times. And, it's one of the things my dad said to me was, the hardest steel comes from the hottest forge. You've got to be able to steel yourself, thicken your skin, be able to take losses, even losses over a period of a long time. There have been years where I did fantastic. And there have been years where I pretty much didn't get it much done at all. And sometimes the market isn't big enough to be providing, the big profits. Sometimes it's you. Sometimes, we lose step with the markets, or we lose step in ourselves. And, it's always trying to kind of push yourself back on that path, get your head together, get your head in the game. And there's so many different things. I'm kind of getting off on a tangent here. And there's so many different things that can and will affect your decision-making in trading that are outside of trading. When there's a major life change, when something happens, these are things that get into our mind, and they affect the decision-making for everything we do in life, number one. And number two, certainly in trading, I lost my dad in 2013, and that was a tough year of trading. I just didn't trade for a long time. I lost my mom last October and didn't really do much trading for a while after that. I feel like I'm, starting to get really back into it. Even, trading on screen has affected my decision-making process. I'm not looking at things as deeply. My focus isn't as sharp as it probably should be to be trading. But I'm not afraid to take some losses. I've taken losses before, and I know I will get things straightened out because I've been here before. I've been to the place where things just don't seem to be working. There's something not going right in my head, whatever it is. And I know I will work my way through it. So again, back to your question, Michael, check out those books. Look online for, Mind Over Markets. Just search through it, because I understand that there's a free version. I wouldn't try and steal anything from Mr. Dalton ever. But maybe just bite the bullet, get the book and read the book. Read through it, read back through it, read parts over again. Like I said, it's not a novel, it's a textbook, and there's a lot to know and a lot to learn. I've probably read through this book, I don't know how many times, and I feel like I need to read it again, because it just kind of reinforces the things that we already know. As you get older, I've probably forgotten more about it than I remember. So that's something that I have to continually kind of re-educate myself about, Shifton, don't be sorry for me. I'm fine. If I never make another dollar trading, I'm going to probably be fine, but I don't want to do that. I want to be able to be in the markets, and I want to be able to continue to profit from the markets, and I will be. I mean, the trading that I'm doing on screen isn't the only trading that I'm doing, but it's changed a little bit of the decision making, and I was prepared for it, ready for it, and and I'm going to be working my way through it. I've just got to sit back, kind of think about the things that I'm doing, the things that I've missed. A lot of times when you're going through your trading journey, when you look back, when you look left on the charts, you're going to see things in hindsight, of course, but that you could have seen prior to doing something that ended up costing money. And you want to review this stuff. I mean, we've gone through the emotional journal where you kind of keep track of things that are going on inside you before a trade, getting into a trade, during a trade, getting out of a trade, and after a trade. All of that stuff is information, and a lot of it is, emotion and mental and physical. Those changes in those trades, they're giving you information that you can use if you record it and review it and think through the trades. And one of the things that and I probably should be getting back to it, because I'm because I'm trading and I'm not journaling while I'm trading. That's one of the things that I'm not doing. There are a couple of other things in my preparation and the homework that I usually do when I'm focusing on trading that I haven't been doing. And I can kind of feel that it is making a difference. So I got to get back to those things. And anyways, those books, Michael, one of the best resources to get into the market profile. And again, you read the first 100 pages. There's so much information packed in that first 100 pages. Eventually, hopefully, it will turn into a page turner for you, because there's a lot of good information in that book. So I could not find the videos that I did, but I'll look for them and maybe we'll be able to put those up at another time. Got another question from a Michael here. Michael, he's asking. He said he really hasn't been paying much attention to CVD, which is cumulative volume delta. Cumulative volume delta is a little bit different than the continuous delta or the day time frame delta that I look at, but you're seeing the similar information. He installed that CVD on his Tradeovate chart, and I'm thinking maybe that he's just talking about cumulative delta. But watching it, if it be super negative and even continuing to go down into the negative while watching price rip higher. What in the world? How can and does this happen? And what can I expect to happen when I see this type of divergence? So, really good question. The Tradeovate tool that I look at is the cumulative delta, but I've pushed it into the day session only. Now I can show you how to do that if we need to do that, but I want to put these volume profiles on here because that's going to point out regular trading hours. You can see regular trading hours by the volume alone, but I think visually this is a little bit better if I add the profiles. Because last week we had some pretty good delta divergences, and a lot of it was pointed out by our good friend Fred Decker. So here are, okay. No. Okay. So this was, okay, so this was really kind of one of the first divergences we've seen in a while. So the market opens here and finishes higher. It goes higher all day long. But initially, I'm going to make this big for everybody here. Okay, so initially, when the market opened, the market was showing negative delta from the very beginning of the open. So even, after the first 30 minutes, delta is negative about 8,000. No, 4,000 here. So the market is already pushing higher while delta is negative. Delta is very simply the number of contracts that trade on the offer. Market order buys create positive delta minus the number of contracts that trade on the bid, market order sells. So when delta is increasing in negativity, value is going lower more into the deeper negative numbers. That's more contracts that are trading on the bid. So in a perfect world, that should tell us that there's more aggressive sellers than buyers, and that price should probably move lower. And there will be times and days when that is going to be true. I call that delta congruent. Whoever those aggressive sellers are managing to push price lower. it's not going to help you that much. What I look for is the divergences. Okay. So Yusuf, does that include static order when calculating delta? Well, if a resting bid is what you call static, then it is involved in delta. But the fact that the bid is there doesn't affect delta. It's when it gets hit. It's when the bid gets hit using a market order. That's if it's a one lot bid, that's going to add one negative to the delta. Okay, so the delta is basically market orders either lifting offers, positive delta, or hitting bids, negative delta. Now, I've seen a couple of comments in the chat where, delta is useless. Delta is useless. There's a lot of time it is. And if you're a very short time frame trader, it may not help you that much. But when we saw this delta divergence beginning, this was the second, this was what day are we at here? The second, first, 31st. So Wednesday, I think. I don't know, whatever day it was. When we start seeing the delta divergence, which means that delta is getting deeper into the negative, and price is moving in the opposite direction. What does that indicate? It indicates the potential presence of longer time frame, big money buying it. Now, if there's big money that's adjusting their inventories, they're never just naked, the S&Ps. If they're adjusting their inventories, maybe they have 15 to 20,000 E-minis to buy throughout the day. Are they going to put an order in, or are they just going to use a market order to buy 20,000 E-mini S&Ps? No, they're not. So when we see price moving opposite delta, that divergence, that tells us that there is the possibility that a longer time frame trader has a large package, that they are placing small bids, random numbers. They call them iceberg orders. I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with that. So what they'll do is they have programs. They'll pick an area, and they'll just put in bids at random small numbers: 6, 14, 27, 15, 82, 14, 15, 6, 7. They'll put in these bids, and as they get hit using market orders, creating negative delta, they're replenished. So you get these short time frame market order users, like pea shooters like us, using market orders to hit the bid. They think the market's going lower, so they hit the bid. Delta continues to get more and more negative, but price doesn't move. Well, eventually they're going to figure it out. All those short time frame pea shooters are going to say, you know what, this market, I've been selling it, we've been selling it, whoever, it's not going down. Maybe we should cover, and maybe we can sell it at a higher level. So they cover and they move price higher. And then the longer time frame comes in and they bring their bids up. Now they start bidding, placing those random bids at higher levels. The short time frame traders continue to try and hit those bids. They get too short. The market's not going lower. Then they turn around, cover those shorts, bring price higher, and then the longer time frame brings those bids up to that higher level where until they finish their package for the day. Now, there are times when you're going to see delta divergence, but the longer time frame is going to finish what they were doing, and they're going to leave the building. I call it when Elvis leaves the building. Okay, hitting the bid is selling, using a market order to hit the bid. If you're going to lift the offer, that's positive delta. That's a market order buy, positive delta, lifting the offer. And delta works both ways. In this particular example, we see price moving higher. with Delta moving lower. So for the first half of the day, price moves higher and higher. Delta moves lower and lower. How does that happen? It just stands to reason that if there's a lot of traders hitting the bid, price should move lower, right? How does price move? More aggressive sellers, more aggressive buyers. This is doing something the opposite of that. The more aggressive sellers aren't moving price lower. There's another presence in the marketplace. So those of you that have heard me talk about this before, it's like there's a snake in the woodpile, right? You don't know the snake in the woodpile is there until it bites you. But if you recognize using Delta that there may be a snake in the woodpile, in other words, there may be a longer time frame presence in the marketplace that may have a package that they're going to just keep buying all day long, and that's going to get the shorter time frame traders too short. This is what we talk about when a market is either too long or too short to continue in that direction. It's because it's a zero-sum game and there's equal number of longs and shorts. The difference is the time frame. So when we have negative Delta and price continues to move higher, who's winning? It's the longer time frame. It's the longer time frame that is using iceberg orders to place bids. Let's just sit there and let whatever they get bought here, they get bought. If the price moves away, they move the bids up till they start getting hit again. They're just trying to get their package done without scaring the market. And usually that's going to be accompanied with a jump in open interest on the following day. We check the board, we check the open interest pages. When we see a large jump in open interest after a Delta divergence, there's your answer. Longer time frame buyers came in and adjusted inventory. It can also be a loss in open interest, indicating that the longer time frame was actually liquidating shorts on the way up or liquidating longs on the way down. Point being is we are constantly trying to pit time frame against time frame. That's what Delta does. If you see that Delta is increasingly negative while price continues to move higher, you can bet that the short time frame traders are going to end up too short, and they're going to, at some point during that session, because we all want to go home flat, they're going to run price in that direction. So, looking at this, the market moves higher. It settles here for a while. But while it settles here, Delta continues to go deeper into the negative. We had buyers here. They've moved their bids up to here. You can see where all the volume is. There's volume here. There's volume here. The buyers are up here just picking up whatever the short time frame traders will hit them on. And then at the end of the day, the market continues to push higher. We had the same thing, well, sort of similar on this day. Negative Delta all day long. Negative Delta all day long. Price continues to try and push higher. Today we have Delta congruent. Okay, price is moving lower with negative Delta. Is it going to stay? Did we run into the buyers that were present here and the buyers that were present here and the buyers that were present here and the buyers that were already present here? Did we run into them on this pullback? It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible. So I want to see, I know that there were some questions about this. Okay, how do you put the daytime frame session on Tradeovate? You've got to go to indicators. You go to explore community indicators. You scroll down just a little bit off the top here. You're going to find Tiki cumulative Delta line. Install it. Then bring it up. Okay. When you bring it up, it is going to take the cumulative Delta from the beginning of this chart. It goes all the way back here. So this is going to look a lot different. Okay. It's, it's going to be kind of a line that it probably looks nothing like this. I don't want to mess this up because I think it's showing as correct. Yes, Delta is showing as correct today. How you put it in the daytime frame only, day session only, Once you have it on your chart, go to the configure chart elements and then click on cumulative delta line. Now you're going to, when you get to it, it's going to say chart. Okay. You want it to go to session. Then you want to start the session 30 minutes before the actual open. For some reason, it's more accurate if you do that. So the S&P is in Central Time open at 8:30. I have the session starting at 8 a.m. Then show the value, the delta value. Got the ES session, start hour, 30 minutes before the actual open, and then save it. And then you're going to have the regular trading hour delta, which is what I look at. If that, if that helps. So once you have that, when the market opens, it's gonna start at 0, and then after the first 30 minutes, it's gonna give you where the delta is. Right now, it is presenting as correct. I have it on another platform, and it is dead, as they say, accurate. But sometimes it on TradeAvate it presents as a wrong number. It's usually the right direction, but it's not necessarily that accurate. So what I'll do is I'll click up here. Click up here, and I'll hit F5 on my computer. Now that's going to reboot the platform without having to come into it. Okay. Now it's showing 7,000. Now it's presenting as incorrect. So I'm gonna F5 it again. I call it F-bombing it. Yeah, it's still presenting as wrong right now. So it's presented as wrong as that when I opened it up, as right when I opened it up, I messed it up by looking at it. But I mean, it's off by maybe 1,000, but you still get the idea that we had delta congruency. In other words, the price was moving with the aggressive traders. Is that an indication of short time frame sellers? Yes, it can be. Look what happened. We got back down to the level where we had buyers yesterday, where we saw buyers and with delta negative the day before, where we saw buyers with the delta negative before. Makes sense to me, I guess, that this market has whirled around and is heading back higher. One of the questions that I have in the mail is the market getting too long to continue to rally? We know that we've got weekly kickoff level here, and the market has been more magnetic towards it than repulsive of it. But looking at the daily chart, we came a long way in a short period of time. Even Jim Dalton says the best thing that could happen to this rally is either a pullback or consolidation. Market is still trying. It is still continuing to try to move higher. The auction did well on the way up. I didn't think it did because it wasn't really bringing in a lot of volume and a lot of open interest, but still the market rallied. But it seems to be, at least on the S&P, is slowing a little bit, right? We're barely overlapping to higher on these bars. One of two things has to happen. We need new business to push this market higher, or we need longs to liquidate some of those longs, bring price to a lower level so we can even out inventory, and then we can choose our next move. All right. I'm getting a little long-winded here, and I apologize. So, Michael, I hope that answers your question. If you're using cumulative volume delta, I've seen that on NinjaTrader, and it might help. I mean, it might. It's a different tool, but okay. Fred's question, and thanks again for the question, is today my first trade was a loss. I'm susceptible, that's a hard word to say, to revenge trading feelings after a loss. I want my money back. The question is, am I better off continuing to trade after my first trade is a loss, or should I stop trading and preserve capital? After all, wanting the money back doesn't mean the market will accommodate me. Oh boy, isn't that the truth, right? So he performed a study, and this is what you have to do when you have questions like this. You have to be accountable to what happens to you when on days when your first day is a loss. He's got some historical results here. There, after his first day was a loss, there were 7. The next trade, this is 7 were winners, 17 were losses. He was right 29% of the time on the second trade if the first trade is a loss. The overall winning percentage is 46%. He's got about a 2-to-1 reward over risk metric that he's, I'm sure, trying to maintain and perhaps expand. So with those wins and losses, he added about $870 in losses on those second trades. Based on these results, what do you think? Do you think that Fred should be thinking about if his first trade is a loss, calling it a day? I mean, or do you think he should continue to trade? You know, he's got some metrics, and those metrics are going to change as to how his second trade goes after the first trade is a loss. I mean, it's not, there's nothing that casts that in stone. It can change, but, you know, do you want to dig your hole deeper? You know, I'm a 3 strikes and you're out kind of guy. But I'm not Fred. Should he take that next trade or shouldn't he? Do I think he's making a mistake and should stop trading after his first trade is a loss? I don't know. I know Fred. I know Fred pretty well. I've known Fred for a long time. There's a number of schools of thought on this, I think, Fred. There's the school of thought that says, well, I mean, you know, if you're right 40% of the time and your winning trades are twice your losing trades, you should continue to trade. But when you notice a metric like that, where, you know, that second trade after a first loss, you're only right 29% of the time, that's something to notice. And I wish I could give you the right answer, Fred. I wish I could say, yeah, you should stop trading, or yeah, you should continue trading. I can't. Nobody can. You know, I would, at the very least, knowing that metric, after the first loss, take a break. Take a break. Wait for the market to give you something that you weren't looking for. If you go looking for trades, you're going to find them. And typically when I do that, like today, things don't go well. We don't want that for you, Fred. Of course, we don't want that for anybody. But take a break and come back. Make sure that you're not holding any venom from the previous trade. You know, every trade is unique and of itself. The outcome of one trade has no bearing whatsoever on the out trade of the next trade. It's, do you find a good trade location? Are you able to limit risk? You know, are you being yelled at to take the trade that may be impulse? Are you being whispered at to say, this looks interesting? Those are the ones that I try and pay attention to, because impulses yell at me, intuitions whisper. If it's if I'm getting yelled at, I'm probably just trying to chase that first loss. But if I, be patient, let go of the loss, let go of any venom, and, wait for that whisper, then take the next trade. Again, I wish I could tell you, 100% what to do, but nobody can. Here's another question from Fred from this morning. On Friday, excuse me, I'm sorry, from Monday, the 6th. He sent it today. Okay. Delta was negative, meaning sellers were more aggressive, but aggressive sellers didn't get paid on Monday because value developed overlapping to higher. Should negative delta combined with overlapping to higher value on Monday alerted traders that the possibility of a short covering rally on Tuesday, such as we saw? Do you agree Tuesday's rally was short covering? Well, I think it was a combination of a couple of things, Fred, and here's why. So, okay. This is the short covering rally that Fred is talking about. Delta negative, okay? Successive days in a row, okay? This was yesterday, Tuesday's rally, short covering. Is that supported by the shape of the profile? Yes, it is. P-shaped profile, short covering. Is it supported by open interest? Open interest, I'm going to look at the actual here. The actual, we added 4,200 in open interest. Not a big number, Fred. So what it looks like to me is not only is that P-shaped short covering profile indicating shorts got squeezed out yesterday, but it looks like we also added some longs in that as well. And with short covering meeting new longs, the short covering is taking open interest away. New longs are bringing open interest back in. And that number, 4,200, isn't a big number. So I think that's kind of what happened. So, your question, I believe, is right. Aggressive short traders were part of the reason we rallied yesterday. Are we getting too long? The question, of course, remains. We've come a long way. The auction seems to be slowing. If we've got a lot of longs in this market in multiple time frames, one of two things has to happen. We have to consolidate or we have to pull back. Pulling back will adjust that inventory and give us the opportunity to have a continuation move to the upside if that is what's going to happen. So I've been thinking that this move to the upside wasn't all that great. I thought it was a little bit hollow. We weren't bringing in a whole bunch of open interest. Volume has been kind of tapering off since we started this rally. Open interest, I don't think, has been that impressive. Now the market is exhibiting kind of an exhaustive look up here, isn't it? So we're gonna pull back, or are we gonna consolidate here for a while? It sure looks like weekly kickoff high has become the center of a potential consolidation. And that happens sometimes. A lot of folks are sitting in their positions wondering what's going to happen next, but some liquidating, some adding, some doing this, but there's no confidence here. I mean, if this market were to close right now, we'd have long shadows on both sides and a little tiny candle body. Indecision here, a little bit of continuation here. What are we added 4,200 in open interest on this. The auction seems to be tiring. It needs to consolidate to even inventory or needs a pullback to even inventory. That makes sense, hopefully. All right. So this question is from an anonymous person. And his question is, what's your advice to a new trader under the poverty line and is letting that bleed into their trading? First off, You know, if that's you, you know, you gotta work to get above that. You gotta work to better your situation. And I believe, and nobody knows for sure, and I don't even know how to answer this question, but depending on trading to pull you out of a situation like that is not advisable. Because you're counting on making money that you haven't got, that you haven't made yet, that you need to build yourself out of your current situation. And that is going to bleed into everything you do in the markets. It's going to make you very risk averse. You may find that you may just, you're so risk averse that you never let a trade actually kind of play out. You die by 1,000 cuts. The most important thing that you can do for yourself and for any trading aspirations that you have is to improve your current situation. And I know that it's sometimes not possible, and it's certainly not easy. And I can certainly feel for you. I mean, there were 2 years where I was working a job as a bartender just to make sure my bills got paid, as I was trading all day, tending bar at night and on weekends. And even when I started to turn some profits in trading, I continued that other job just to make sure that I had that income stream coming in. So now, I went from a person who was depending on a job other than trading to pay my bills, to somebody who was starting to make money trading, but still working that other job to make sure the bills got paid. And, I had to build my way up. And the more I thought about quitting the bar job to depend on trading, the more fearful I got in my trading and my trading decisions. So, the most important thing that you can do is to improve your current situation. When you get to a point where, you may have some expendable income, don't just put some money in a brokerage account and expect to try and to dig your way out and to be successful right away. There are safer ways. You should be trading on sim when you have time. You should be reading everything that you can read with your chosen tools, whether it's candlesticks or market profile or tick charts or anything like that. Learn as much as you can about all of that. Start thinking about who you are as a person. It's more important than trading knowledge is self-knowledge. But most important, put yourself in a situation where you can improve your current situation. There were times I worked 3 jobs, and I learned a lot doing those 3 jobs. I learned a lot about people as a bartender. I learned a lot about myself and markets in trading. There were odd jobs that I used to do for people just to get more money coming in. And my hopes is that you're able-bodied enough and able to get out and to do something to improve the current situation. I got to feel so deeply for you, and I would like nothing more than to tell you, yeah, just go ahead and start trading because you're going to kill it. but I can't. This is a very difficult thing to do. And the more baggage you bring into it, the more difficult it's going to be. And, worrying about money and a place to live and loved ones and all of that stuff, that's most important. You got to try and do what you can to improve the current situation before you start getting into trading. It's the best advice that I can give you, but don't think that you're going to get into trading and start making money right away. I could be wrong. You might be a savant, but I don't know you, and I know how difficult it is to trade even if you don't need the money. If you need the money, it just makes it harder. And I'm saying a prayer for you right now that you're going to be able to take the steps to improve your situation, to get to where you're at a point where you can start to trade, start to learn to trade. That disclosure at the beginning of this session says you can only trade with money you can afford to lose. You can only trade with money you can afford to lose. And if you can't afford to trade you can't afford to lose money, put yourself in a situation where you are able to. Okay. And again, I'm praying for you right now. I'm praying for all of us all the time. And, please do something to get yourself out of that situation. Okay. All right. We've got Jack, I think, who's ready to come in here.
Yeah, no, I'm ready. I'm fired up. Let's do
Awesome.
this.
Awesome. All right. Did I win?
You did not. Hogue, question. Would you define, when you're talking about, like, the definition of a bear market is the market losing 20%, right?
Right.
So would you count closing price or intraday price into that equation?
I go closing price.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. James, if we can go to the charts and we can show that first image there.
I didn't know it was a test.
No. It was there was this hubbub going on. Well, first, these are the winners. James, I sent to the producer a chart, but we'll do this first. These are the winners from yesterday. I said we'd do 20.
Okay.
So those are the winners from yesterday's quiz. I will be emailing them later. And we're going to show the winners today. But first, James, I sent that chart. Basically, everyone was Googling saying that the longest bull market was 2009. But it's a media narrative, right? Because what they assume is that the bull market that started in 1987 started in 1990. Now, I went into the numbers, all right? Did my own research, so to speak. And here's where the controversy comes from. If you look at this chart here, this is the S&P 500 between like 1985 and 2000. Okay?
Right.
Now, that in 1987, it dropped more than 20%. It dropped more than 20% in one day. You were there for that. Okay.
Right.
Here we go. The offending area seems to be between May and October of 1990. And here's the thing. If you're doing closing prices, it never went down 20%. It went down like 18 and change.
Right. Okay.
Right? If you expand it to the lowest low of some intraday and some other day, months later, it did get above 20%. But if we're basing on closing prices, there was never any end to the bull market there. So there's that. Anyway, just wanted to clear that up. You can't always trust what Google's saying. So anyway, James, you can reveal now the 10 winners from today, which is the other one I gave.
Awesome. I'm glad I was of help.
You were.
Yeah, I mean, even like moving averages, they're all based on closing price.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. There we are. So today the winners are, I mispronounced before. It's Hoop There It Is, not Hoop Theritis, as I said. Cole, people are taking to heart, getting
Sounds
better
like a
names.
basketball illness.
Yeah. Colonostomy. It's good. Jaker. OMG, it's Dylan V. Well, you got to reset. I don't know anymore. Try it. FX Don. Obi-Wan Nabi. J-Bon Hugh. Good stuff there. So those are the winners today. I got to create a new code, and I will send it out to you probably in the next hour. So good day today, Hogue.
Okay. Thank you. And congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, Jack.
Thank you, Hogue. I'll let you do your sign off now.
All right. Thank you, buddy.
Peace.
Peace. All right. So I always like to end the sessions with the dad wisdom. And this is always good advice. You want to get out when you can, not when you have to. If you have to get out, you didn't get out in time. So take that advice. Thank you all for joining me today. This always one of my favorite parts of the week is when I have the opportunity to hang out with everybody, and hopefully the questions were good and you've got something from them. And we'll look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock for the opening call, fast markets. We'll see if we can have a better day tomorrow. Always a possibility and a probability and an opportunity. So don't forget, say a prayer for peace. Blessings to you all, and we'll see you in the morning.